Hello, everybody. Happy day 2 of the 13 days of Halloween. All right. I am ready to start. Now, I thought I had to start over because I didn't have the Steam version before. I'm pretty sure this is the one I didn't have the Steam version of before. But it seems like I did have my save from chapter 1 from before. But since it's so old, I'm just going to start over again anyway. So, I am Mallow, and I live in the city of... I live in the city of... Microphone's crackling? Is that better? I live in the city of... I'm just gonna say space station. And I am... Alright. Traits unlock additional pass and dialogue options. Now, if I remember... I do want to pick up some different traits than I had before. I recall something about an option that lets you save both people if you have the powerful build trait, which I hope... Definitely want that one. Okay, yeah. I only get 2. It's fine. Okay. You jolt awake as the bus hits a particularly nasty bump. You feel like you'd only just managed to start drifting off, and now here you are, awake again and still exhausted. For a moment, you're hazy on the details of where exactly here is, confusing this bus with the many others that came before it. But as your mind continues to reassert its existence in the waking world, the past few days come back into focus. Excuse me. Huh? That's not what's supposed to happen. Me. The long-lost cousin, the bad news, the 26 hours of bus rides with countless late-night stops and seedy depots that felt unsafe even in the middle of the day. You wouldn't normally find yourself traveling like this, but your cousin bought the tickets. The funeral of Pearl and Scarlet, your cousin's mother and your aunts, seems like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. Fortunately, the end of your long journey is in sight. You're almost in Scarlet Hollow. So anyway, as I was saying... Oh, this jackass, I remember him. Oh no, he's still here. He's been sitting next to you for the past 5 hours, talking at you without pause. You're not sure he even stopped when you started to doze off. At first you thought he was just being friendly, but that was several hours of one-sided conversation ago. I was up in Maryland, looking for work, but mostly messing around, because I was a dumb teen. Me and my buddies, we were doing our sort of usual prank stuff, you know, pushing joggers into the harbor, that sort of thing. I want to feign an illness. You violently fake a coughing fit. Pretending to be sick has always been one of the better ways to get people to leave you alone in strange places. Oh, are you sick? That's alright. I'm pretty sure I've already had whatever you've got. I'm sick all the time. Gotta keep my immune system on its toes, you know? So this girl comes up to us, swinging her purse, yelling about how she was gonna call the cops or whatever. It was hilarious. She actually hit my friend, and he said it hurt a lot, so I guess she really was mad and not just playing. But she kept swinging, and soon enough, she lost her balance and fell into the harbor all on her own. We didn't even have to push her. We had a good laugh and fished her out, and her phone got soaked so she couldn't call the cops on us. And we wound up hanging out all day. It looks like my microphone is speaking quite a lot here, so I'm just going to adjust. Huh? Okay. My audio quality should be better even though my volume is lower now. She kind of became my girlfriend after that, and we've been on and off for about a year, so it's pretty serious. So about 5 months ago, she tried to break up with me, like, for real, and geez. You ever get so mad you just want to, like, kill somebody? I kind of feel like killing someone right now. I like horrible people waking me up to tell me about their horrible thoughts. Well, what can I say? I'm an interesting guy. Anyways, you'll get it when somebody tries to break your heart someday. It changes a person. Makes them think things they never thought they could. I honestly could have killed that woman. Anyway, she's giving birth to our son right now, so I'm trying to get up to Virginia to be there for it. And I don't know if I'm, like, into that stuff, so I might just wind up on a bus to New York or something instead. I've always wanted to go there. I hope she kills you. Get your act together, or someday soon you're gonna run into somebody who doesn't tolerate your bullshit. You cross your arms and glare at the young man with menacing eyes. Alright, maybe you have a point. I guess New York will always be there waiting for me. Anyways, where'd you say you were headed? I didn't. No need to be nasty, I was just asking. Not like I'm gonna follow you off the bus or anything. You better not. I've got claws. So, if you aren't getting off at my stop, then you must be headed to Scarlet Hollow, right? Or the Holler, as they call it in these parts. That's the only other stop until this bus turns around. I ride it pretty often, so I'd know. Almost nobody ever goes up that way. Though, come to think of it, I had a couple of buddies who went up there to work in the mine. There's a coal mine up in the Holler, you see, and there's always a job listing or two on the boards around here. I've never wanted to do that kind of thing myself. I like my lungs the way they are things. But my buddies got desperate enough to try it. I haven't heard from them in a while, now that I think about it. I should see if they're on Facebook. See how they're doing up there. Hope they didn't die. He looks back at his phone, for once focused on something other than you. Oh, this is me. It was lovely meeting you. Hope you don't get too bored without me to talk to. Here, I have something for you. The stranger rifles through his pack before presenting you with a dripping bag of peanuts. They're boiled peanuts. I got them at a gas station a few buses back. I noticed you haven't eaten much, so I figured you could use them more than me. Plus, they dripped all over my bag, so I don't want to carry them anymore. You put your hand up to say no. I'm not really hungry. And there's still a good 45 minutes left in your journey, pal, assuming nothing goes wrong. Best to have them on hand. And the young man sets the peanuts down on the empty seat next to him. The juices dribble out through the bottom of the bag and into the upholstery, instantly soaking it in peanut brine. And with that, I leave you. Safe travels, friend. And just like that, you're alone. The stranger's peanuts soaking into the seat across from you. Maybe you can finally get some sleep. Next stop, Scarlet Hollow. End of the line. Almost there. The bus finally comes to a stop. Its brakes squealing as it deposits you in front of the Scarlet Hollow bus station. The sign at least reads bus station, but calling it that feels disingenuous. At best, it's a kiosk. Though for a small town like this, you're amazed there's so much as a road, let alone a bus that drives on it every week. Where are my questions? One second. Sorry about this. I didn't realize you weren't working for this now. Okay, let's see. Perfect, that's better. Right. The driver quickly shuts the doors behind you and starts the engine, kicking up dust clouds as he pulls away, eager to leave you and this place behind. Hey, Mallow. You instantly recognize the worn young woman from the few public photos on her Facebook page. She's your cousin Tabitha, and she looks annoyed to be here. Tabitha, you make direct eye contact, straighten your back, and extend your right arm. She holds out her hand limply in response. You grip it and squeeze, shaking once. Very professional. Tabitha's lip curls in disgust. She pulls her hand back quickly, covertly wiping it on her pants as she turns towards the car. Come on, let's go. I don't want to spend any more time down here than I have to. And your cousin turns and motions to an old BMW parked near the bus kiosk. You follow her, clambering into the dusty relic. It doesn't take much driving before the only signs of civilization are the car you're in and the road you're on. Tabitha maintains an icy silence as she focuses on the road. How are you holding up? Fine. Okay, but if that ever changes, I'm here for you, alright? Even after I go home. Sure. So the funeral. It's on Sunday, right? Yep, like I told you. Do you need any help planning? If you ever need help with errands or scheduling, feel free to ask. I know this stuff isn't easy. It's actually been fine. I just needed the coffin and somebody to dig a hole. I can't believe we've never actually met before this. And you have your mom to thank for that. Or had, I guess. You're gonna be a bitch, I'll be a bitch too. Ah, yeah, Dead Moms Club. Your cousin stares straight ahead, her expression icy. And you decide to sit in silence with your cousin as the car eases up the steep mountain road. And here it is, the Scarlet estate. Though it's seen better days, its crumbling elegance is not lost on you, someone used to cramped apartments in gray cities. And your mother told you about this place many times before she passed, always with an anger burning beneath her words. The faded majesty you once imagined doesn't quite compare with what's in front of you, a jarring blend of opulence and ruin. As you stare at it, perched on the crumbling cliffside, you can't help but feel like it's something that should have been left to rot a long, long time ago. And you're hit with a blast of dusty air as you step across the threshold and into the foyer. Everything in this room has been here for much longer than you've been alive, each object cemented in place with layers of dust and cobwebs. You can hear doors creak on their hinges, and the aches and moans of ancient floorboards of the house itself sways in the wind. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. If you know what's good for you, you'll stick to your room, your bathroom, and the kitchen. And hallways, I guess. But only the hallways you need to use to get to those places. I'll show you around so you know where it's safe to walk. You can leave your bags here for the time being. What am I actually... It's beautiful. I don't think I've ever been in a building that feels as powerful as this. You're lying through your teeth, but Tabitha doesn't need to know that. In fact, not only does she not need to know you're lying, but she won't know. Ever. You're a very good liar. It is, and the estate was the prized jewel of this region for a long time. It's quite a magnificent piece of architecture, even now. And shall we take our tour? Follow me. You put your bags down and follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. She delicately steps over holes and tears in the floor, and you do your best to trace her steps. Kitchen. On Wednesdays, a woman from town comes in and does the cleaning. Her name's Janie. I wouldn't recommend socializing with her. She'll talk your ear off. If you need any food, there's fixings for peanut butter and jelly. Don't touch my mac and cheese or my ice cream. Those are off limits. Oh, and you can also access the garden through here, but it's pretty wild, so I wouldn't if I were you. I might want to eat something other than PB&J this week. Is there somewhere in town we can get groceries? Well, aren't you fancy? Yeah, there's a general store. There's also a diner. I usually order my food in bulk online, though, so I wouldn't be going with you. Thanks. Cool, good talk. Alright, what's next on the tour? Bathroom, follow me. Great! It's been hours since I've gone. As the two of you leave the kitchen, you pass by a tuxedo cat sitting on the countertop. Is that your cat? What's its name? Frou Frou. Do not try to pet her. If she wants to be pet, she'll let you know. You decide to follow Tabitha's advice. Shall we move on? The bathroom awaits. You once again follow Tabitha through a long, dusty hallway. Maybe after a few nights it'll be easier to navigate these spaces, but for the time being you feel lucky to have not fallen through the floor. Guest bathroom. Not much to show. It's a bathroom. I'll wait outside. Do what you must if you must. It's a wretched bathroom. Piles of junk sit untouched in the corners of the room, and mystery stains paint the floor. Are you sure the toilet works? Yeah, why wouldn't it? The water bills get paid. Therefore, the toilet works. Now do your business so we can move on. You sigh in resignation. That's the spirit. Bugs skitter from the bowl as you lift the lid. No choice. A toilet is a toilet. Sure, it could be cleaner, but your business needs doing, and this is as good a place as any. You do what you must, and you join your cousin out in the hall. Next up, guest bedroom. The last stop on the tour. Follow me. You and Tabitha briefly return to the foyer before climbing the stairs and reaching the guest room. The room smells old. Dust, mildew, wood rot. It has it all. A week of sleeping in this place might give you permanent lung damage. This is where you'll be staying. The linens are fresh. I had Jenny wash them last week. I had to endure a half-hour rant about her kid to get her to do it, so you'd better be grateful. This closet is full of old family stuff, so you can't hang your clothes up, but you can use the dresser. It should be empty. Okay, I have somehow managed to... Heck? How does that keep happening?
Self-voicing disabled.
Trying to... Get out of the preferences menu! And there's lots of boxes and stuff lying around here. I can help you move things around and fix the place up. Look, I appreciate the offer, but Janie already comes in once a week. It's fine. It's not fine. Guess I'll start to get settled then. Follow me. I'll take you back to the foyer so you can collect your belongings. This concludes the tour. I'm afraid I must return to my duties, so you'll have to entertain yourself for the rest of the day. Don't expect to see much of me. I won't keep you, but we should hang out when you get back. We'll see. There's a lot that needs to get done this week. Your cousin leaves to the front door. And now it's just you. You and this sprawling, decrepit estate. Now that your cousin is gone, the aches and pains of your journey sink into your bones. You stumble back up the stairs to your room, suitcase in tow, eager to unwind before you face the rest of the day. You stand at the entrance to your room. You drag your suitcase over to the dresser and open the bottom drawer. An opossum lurks within. It's quiet but angry. Oh, pardon me. You gently close the drawer, leaving the marsupial in peace. This drawer belongs to the opossum, and there's nothing you can do about that. You open the top drawer next. It's empty, as good a place as you'll find to put your clothes. And based on the state of the house, though, you wonder if you'd been better off keeping your clothes in your nice clean bag, but there's no going back now. You can see why your cousin said you should put your clothes in the dresser instead of the closet. There must be decades of family history stacked up in here. Of course you're sharing a room with a creepy doll. You pick it up to examine it more closely. The foot reads, "Property of Alexandra." No need to carry this around with you. Heck! This is why I whine about controller support in games. You close the closet behind you. You can only imagine how beautiful the garden must have been in its heyday. This must be an old relative of yours. Very old, judging by the dates on the inscription. You've never heard of her, but you'd barely heard anything about your aunt and cousin until a week ago, so that's not really a surprise. Maybe you ask Tabitha about this Mary Belle Scarlet next time you see her. That is, if she's actually in a mood for a conversation, then. Doesn't seem like there's much else to do right now. I'm gonna go for the Forbidden Wings. Except for the locks and chains sealing them shut. An insurmountable obstacle for most, but a mild inconvenience for me. As the locks fall, the doors moan open, revealing the entrance to what once must have been an incredibly lavish ballroom. Faintly in the distance, you hear the quiet notes of an old piano playing from another room. The Forbidden Wings are mine to explore. Curiosity killed the mallow cat. You can see why your cousin warned you against coming up here. Deep gashes tear across the floor, and years of detritus have turned what once must have been a magnificent and open ballroom into a tight and claustrophobic maze. The piano you heard from outside the ballroom has grown louder. Wherever it is, it's nearby. It's probably just a self-playing model, but maybe you aren't as alone here as you thought. You make your way over to the painting covering the far wall. It's a family tree. Angry black scratches cover the space where your mother should be. As far as I can tell, there are 3 exits to the ballroom. There is, of course, the door I came through, and on my far right is the door beyond the broken floor. A dead end. Across the room from where you entered is the 3rd and final exit, a glass doorway that I can just barely make out behind a pile of broken furniture. I move to investigate it more closely. As you approach, the playing grows clearer. Without a doubt, the piano is behind this door. The pile of furniture blocking the doorway weighs a considerable amount, and it's safe to say that most people would be unable to move it on their own. I'm not most people, though, and with a bit of muscle, it's cleared. As you move the final piece out of your way, the playing stops, as if aware of your efforts. As you step through the door, something slips through your periphery and into the shadows. You lock eyes with it as it lingers in the doorway at the far side of the room, the two of you separated by a cavernous gash in the floor. Who are you? Your words hang in the air as the presence slips deeper into the estate. Whatever it was you just encountered leaves you wondering just how much longer you should even stay in the estate on your own. With your cousin gone, there's nothing for you to really do here. You drop your bags off in your room and head out to explore town. If you'd known you'd wind up having to walk all the way back to town, you probably would have just asked Tabitha to leave you at the bus stop, especially with how unhappy she seemed to see you. If only you could wipe the slate between the two of you clean and bury some of the tension, though maybe her mother's funeral isn't the best time for something like that. Then again, maybe it's the perfect time. It's really pretty out here. Finally, you made it back to town. The holler, as that guy on the bus called it, has probably seen better days. It still has the feeling of an idyllic country town, but its sidewalks are cracked and many of the storefronts are boarded up, their windows dusty with age. A chill breeze sweeps down the lane and you shudder, suddenly feeling as if you're peering into a grave. Gretchen, come back! Quit bothering strangers! Sorry about that. Gretchen can be very slippery when she wants to be. She loves to get loose and cause havoc. I am in love with this dog and wish to know everything there is to know about her. Gladly! Her favorite food is Cheese Whiz, her favorite toy is an old sock I sewed to look like a squirrel, and her favorite show is Murder, She Wrote. Sometimes I leave it on the background while I'm working to give her something to do. She'll actually sit in her little bed and watch it like an old lady with her programs. That's so cute! How'd you meet her? My mom was a vet, and she used to visit the regional animal shelter on weekends to do checkups. When I was real young, I'd go with her to volunteer, which really meant you'd do a little bit of manual labor and then play with the dogs for the rest of the day. One weekend, believe it or not, someone dropped off this little 1-year-old pug that had outgrown its cute puppy stage. When I went to clean her kennel, she looked up at me with those big, watery, nervous eyes, wagging her entire butt and whimpering like no one had ever loved her before. I couldn't not fall head over heels, you know. My parents were rugged mountain folk, so they weren't big on toy breeds, and at first I refused to even consider adopting poor Gretchen. But I kept visiting every week, and soon enough they caved and let me take her home. My dad still wasn't too keen on her at first, but soon enough he was taking her out on the trails like she was a hound dog. Sorry for talking your ear off, but I can't help it. I could prattle on about Gretchen for hours. How about I introduce myself so you won't be so nervous? I'm Stella. It's not often I see a strange face up here in the holler. Every now and then there's a new crop of coal folks, but you look dusty enough for that. You aren't in town for the funeral, are you? Scarlet funeral? Hi, I'm Mallow. You must be Tabby's cousin, right? It's the only person I can think of who would come to town for the funeral. How's she holding up? To be honest, I've been a little bit worried about her all alone up in that big house. Sorry, did I hear you right? I can't imagine Tabitha ever going by something so bubbly. She did back when I knew her better, and it's been a while. I hope she's okay. I'm worried about her, too. She's always been a little rough around the edges, but I figured she'd probably be having a rough go of things. She and her mom were really close. I think she's been up in that old mansion all by herself. It'll probably be good for her now that you're staying here, even if she doesn't think so herself. How long have you known her? Oh, quite a long time. The town's really small, so everybody's known everybody else as far back as they can remember. Tabby and I got a little close when we were both in the school's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream. I was Puck, and she was the mustard seed. As you might have expected, she was more than a little prickly, but I managed to soften her up a bit in the end. But then she graduated, and that was that. Oh, if you just got to town, you must be starving. I was just on my way to the diner for a coffee, and they've got amazing biscuits. My treat. I will always follow for biscuits. The pleasant aroma of a greasy breakfast food hangs heavy in the air. In contrast with the empty, lifeless atmosphere of the family estate, the diner is filled with the comforting din of human life. All of which grinds to a sudden halt as the patrons realize that a stranger has entered the establishment. You slide into the nearest booth, pretending you didn't notice everyone in the diner gawking at you like they'd just seen Bigfoot. You don't need to be shy, and they don't meet many strangers. It's kind of a big deal when someone new wanders into town. Especially since, well, as long as you all know what you're here for, and by extension, who you're related to. Even if you don't know anybody, it's not easy keeping secrets in a town this size. Hey, Stella! I went ahead and fixed you up a cup of coffee. They gracefully place a cup of specially brewed coffee in front of Stella. Aw, shucks. Thanks, Avery. And here's some bacon for the little lady. Gretchen sniffs the bacon and digs in. Ah! I can't approve of the continued breeding of dogs such as pugs and other such brachiocephalic breeds, and you know the breeds that have the genetic disorders. And that goes for specialty cat breeds as well, the Scottish Folds and the Manxes, and intentionally breeding animals that have health issues is a problem. But that doesn't mean that we can't love and take care of the ones that we have. And Gretchen is a particularly adorable pug. Anything for you? Could I have a biscuit and coffee, please? I heard they were really good. Best in the country. Avery pours the fragrant brew into the empty mug in front of you. They linger after pouring your coffee, turning to you nervously. Oh, and, sorry for your loss. Before you have the chance to respond, they're gone. I'm glad you took my advice with the biscuit. You won't regret it. Anyway, the funeral's not till Sunday, right? That gives you quite a bit of time to slum around town. I'm trying to think if there are any cool events going on this week. There's always the reading adventure at the library, which is supposed to be for little kids, but I do it every month anyway. Oh, and I'm pretty sure Avery's throwing a party Saturday night, so that's a fun thing to look forward to. And there's the weekly Sunday potluck. And that should be right after the funeral, too, so it'll be a special occasion. Is the potluck like a church thing? It would be weird for me to come if I'm not a member. Oh, no. The Sunday thing is coincidental. It's actually hosted by the library. Not too many people go to church around here, if I'm being honest. A non-religious community in the rural South? That's unusual. I know. We must seem like such heathens. But there are plenty of God-fearing folks in town. They just aren't the biggest fans of the local church. Oh, the building's okay, but the pastor's another story. There's just something a little off about the guy. You'll get what I mean if you ever meet him. And unfortunately, probably will. Anyway, those are all the big events I can think of. As for the day today, any idea how you want to kill time for the rest of the week? I'd love to hit up some good hiking trails after being cooped up on a bus for so long. These legs gotta move. Oh, my job actually has me running around the woods pretty often, so if you ever need a guide. Before Stella can finish, Avery returns, biscuit in tow. Here's your biscuit. Winnie says it's on the house. She sends her condolences. Aw, you didn't have to do that, but it looks great though. And no worries. Hope you enjoy it. You pick up the biscuit. It's delicate and fluffy. It nearly crumbles at your touch. Buttery warmth emanates from its surface. You take a bite. It melts in your mouth as if it was nothing but butter suspended in a thin matrix of dough. God, I want biscuits now. It's so hard to get a good damn biscuit in Canada. I just want biscuits and gravy that actually taste like food without necessarily having to make it myself all the time. There is literally one place that does it that's any good. If you're ever specifically in Victoria, BC, go to Shanzi's Biscuit Cafe. It tastes like home. This is the truly perfect biscuit. Whoa, this is a really good biscuit. Wow. I'm so glad you like it. Avery lingers at the table for a moment. So, has Stella mentioned she's famous? Oh, Avery, I'm not famous. Look, if you're not going to go around tooting your own horn, you know I'm going to do it for you. Stella sighs. I'm a YouTuber. Wow, that's rad. Never met a YouTuber before. I'd love to check out your channel at some point. I've met YouTubers. Aw, thanks. It's nothing much. It pays the bills. But it's mostly a passion project, you know? She's selling herself short, Mallow. Her stuff is amazing. And she hunts cryptids. Wait, how do you know my name? Oh, sorry. It's just that most people in town know about you. Sorry. I'm sure that must seem creepy. Oh, well, guess the cat's out of the bag. The Holler's a small place. Everybody knows everybody, and that includes extended family. Oh no, who's been talking about me? I've never even met this side of the family. What would they even talk about? Your aunt must have been getting it from somewhere. She was always on about something you were up to. Oops, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. What matters is that now people can meet the real you. So it doesn't matter what Pearl Ann may or may not have said. What did they say about me? Fucking learn necromancy and raise her old ass up and beat her shit out of her if she's been telling lies. Then she can go rest in peace. You always make a good first impression and wipe the slate clean with the whole town. Oh god, what was she saying about me? Look, I'm sorry I said anything. Don't worry about it. Pearl Ann was a gossip and would do this sort of thing with everyone. Spreading weird little rumors about folks is kind of her trademark. Anyway, weren't we in the middle of talking about Stella's illustrious YouTube career? I guess we were, weren't we? I think the best video to start with would be that river one. Not the lake, but you know, the controversial one. Yeah, the Catawba River Runner. I didn't expect much out of that footage at the time, but it wound up being my most popular video by far. So the River Runner is a cryptid that's only known from a single sighting. 2 Boy Scouts thought they saw something big and weird in the Catawba River, and that's all I had to go on. But then I wound up catching this on camera. Stella pulls out her phone and shows you a clip of something in the river. Some folks said it was a beaver, but if that was the case, it'd be at least twice the size of any beaver I've ever seen. I also had people saying it was a dog or even a capybara that must have escaped from a local wildlife sanctuary. I'm still not sure what it was, and I'm the only one who saw the thing with my own 2 eyes. Well, whatever it is, you should probably leave it alone. Oh, don't worry. I have a strict take-only video, leave-only footprints policy. I'd never harm the creatures I'm after. I wish only to observe, like a proper documentarian. I was curious to see what you thought, though, since there was so much controversy on Twitter and in my comments section over exactly what it was. There were even actual experts weighing in. It was cool, honestly. And it meant the video did great numbers. Personally, I'm a fan of the capybara theory. Sure, it's not like any local sanctuaries were missing one, but there's always people keeping exotic animals as pets. Kind of a sewer gator type situation. Exactly! Some exotic pet owner set it free, and now it will forever roam the Catawba, confusing Boy Scouts and YouTube commenters for years to come. So, speaking of things to do around town, I was actually planning on filming this week's video tonight. I was wondering if maybe you'd want to come along? It's a pretty easy one this week. We wouldn't even have to camp anywhere. I'm gonna go after the... Wait! No spoilers! Sorry, Avery. It's okay. I should probably get back to it instead of standing around chatting with friends. See y'all around. And now that the coast is clear, I'm going after the skunk ape. Ew, stinky. And that's what they say. You should be able to smell it before you see it, according to some sources. Most skunk ape sightings are from Florida, but while I was doing research for last week's video, I came across a report where a lady from a town over claimed to have seen one on her deck playing tug-of-war with her dog. And as I leave no stone unturned, I decided it was worth investigating. So what do you say? Want to tag along? Hold the camera for me while I narrate against the darkening sky and that sort of thing? Heck yeah! I've been hoping you'd ask since the moment I heard cryptids. I live for the thrill. Yes! I pegged you for a good adventuring buddy the second I saw you. I'm glad to see I made the right call again. This is going to be a lot of fun. I actually started the channel with a couple buddies of mine back in middle school, so it'll be kind of like a blast from the past. Me and Kanika and Reese running around in the woods, flipping over rocks and bothering salamanders. Our videos were terrible, but we had a lot of fun, and that's all that mattered to us. That's what content creation should be about. It's not about numbers or views. It's about having fun with it. If you're happy, the viewers will be happy, and the numbers will roll in. You know, makes me think. Wonder if they'd be down to come along with us. Get the old gang back together. Though I guess Kanika has to close out the general store tonight, so I'm pretty sure she's gonna go. Jeez. I think there's a decent chance we could get him to come out of his hide hole if he's up for it. Do you mind if we make a quick call? Stella... Pardon me. Stella pulls out her phone and dials it, waiting while it rings. Reese, dude, what's up? Feels like it's been forever. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Can you want me to come by, or... Okay, if you're really sure. But if you change your mind... Oh, I was just calling to ask if you wanted to come out to the woods tonight. I met somebody cool in town today. I'm their Tabitha's cousin. I know! Yeah, just here for the week. Anyway, we're going out to look for skunk ape. And we could take the easier trails if that would help. Dang, man, that sounds awful. Why don't we take it easy tonight? I'll swing by sometime this week and we can have a more low-key thing. How's that? Yeah, I'll do them. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Looks like it's just you and me, pal. Is he okay? He's not feeling well, that's all. He's had a lot going on in the past, 10 years or so, and I feel like it's gotten a lot worse recently. I still can't remember the last time I saw him leave his house. Oh well, it's not my place to talk about, really. I just got a little excited thinking about having him along again. He is hilarious. You'd love him. We should swing by his place sometime this week. That would be nice. I'd love to meet your friends. Awesome! I'll make it happen. He's definitely the trickier one to meet. Kanika is much easier to track down since she's at the general store basically every day. The friendship can wait. We've got a skunk ape to hunt. So we should probably head out if we want to make it up the mountain before it's too dark. Come on, let's blow this popsicle stand. He paused before getting up. Maybe it's time to make a good first impression. After all, it seems everyone in town has heard awful things about you from the now that he's gone. You reach into your pocket to pull out a crumpled $5 bill. You know it's a bit more than one would expect to get from such a short dining experience, but you might as well share the wealth while you've got it. You smooth out the bill before placing it on the table inconspicuously. Aw, that's awesome of you. Avery will appreciate it, I'm sure. Stella turns to leave the diner with you following close behind. It hadn't been very cold when you first arrived in town, but as the sun dips closer and closer to the horizon, a chill descends upon the hollow, and you see your situation with renewed clarity. You're in a new place, far from civilization and the people you know, following someone you just met into a dark forest in search of monsters. You feel more alive than you have been in years. The fall breeze passing through the leaves, the orange hue of the setting sun painting on the horizon, with promise of excitement ahead. Reminds me of when I was in the ghost hunting club in college. Those are stories that I'll have to tell another time. It's been a while since you felt this in the moment. This present. This world around you feels almost magical. Were a mythical creature to actually manifest in front of you, it would fit perfectly in this world. You gotta love this brisk fall weather. And the past summer was the hottest on record. Since last year, at least. You know how it is these days. Each summer is the hottest yet until the next summer, which always finds a way to be so much worse. It's nice to feel a chill in the air and see the leaves change, like normalcy is restored, if only for a moment. Sorry if that was a bit of a bummer. Oh, we should talk about something more fun, like skunk apes. Do you ever hunt things that aren't cryptids? Like, I don't know, ghosts, demons, werewolves, that sort of thing? Yeah, for sure. I used to go after all sorts of freaky stuff. I never had much luck, though, especially when it came to ghosts. And back when I first started doing solo videos, I'd go into all sorts of old abandoned buildings, hoping I'd stumble across some sort of activity. But nothing ever happened. It was always just me and my camera in an old house, getting worked up over a gust of wind or a creaky floorboard. When all's said and done, I have just been a lot luckier with the cryptids. I want to believe in ghosts so bad, and I can't rule out the possibility that there really are true hauntings out there. But if there are, I sure as heck haven't seen any myself. Werewolves I kind of lump in cryptids. I'd be shocked if there actually were people out there who turned into animals, but the werewolf lore lines up pretty well with the great beast genre of cryptid. As for demons, I don't know. I honestly don't even want to consider the possibility that they exist, because if they really are out there, a lot of folks are doomed to an eternity of flames. So let's hope all of that's just bunk, am I right? Hey, Shell. Nice to see you. Thanks for the lurk. I didn't make this dress. This one is by an artist who makes clothes, but for this type of model, and it's really cute. It's called the Star Witch dress. I'm doing all right. I'm feeling quite mentally healthy again. I'm glad I took a break for a few weeks. I needed a break. Um, After a whole bunch of stuff happened. Yeah, happy spooky month. It's day 2 of the 13 days of Halloween, and I'm having a lot of fun. I've been doing my YouTube thing again. I launched my Fansly page, which I'm not going to talk about too much on Twitch, but it exists, and anybody who wants that information can find it on my Twitter. And just make sure you are of legal age. It is spicy. How have you been doing? I have been busy. Keeping myself busy. So what do you think about aliens? Don't even get me started. Did you see those UFO videos the government declassified? Aliens are definitely real, and they have absolutely visited Earth. I believe in aliens way more than I believe in cryptids. You don't see me hunting aliens out here because we know they're real. Heck yes, aliens are real. You can trying to keep distracted. Streaming's helping, but some days better than others. Yeah, I know that feeling all too well. Aliens are absolutely real. We're just not smart enough to find them on our own, and every time they swing by this neck of the woods, they look at humanity and go, let's pretend we never saw this. I mean, not that I'd know. It's not like I'm from an entirely other universe or anything. My voice is a bit crackly still. Weird. Yeah, someone earlier said that it was crackly too. Hmm. Let me know. Let me know if anything that I do makes it better at all. I don't know why I'd be crackly. Coming through the right microphone. Hang on here. Something made it worse? I didn't do anything to the microphone just then and you said it was worse. touch my controller. No crackling now? I wish I knew which cable I jiggled. I just picked up the mess of cables behind my computer and gave it a shake. I literally just picked up the mess of cables behind my computer and went like that. I wish I knew which cable I jiggled that fixed it. I'll figure that out after stream so that it's a permanent fix. My cable management leaves something to be desired. I'm going to be honest with you. Well, heck, it's more than just leaves something to desired. My cable management is non-existent. It's just a mess of cable management. What's that? Exactly. See, you're neurodivergent too. You get it. Cable management? I can't even manage my own damn life. It's true. It is sad but true. Anyway. You need a parent and you're almost 33. I know, right? I'm almost 34 and I'm like, when did this happen? I'm supposed to be an adult now? What? I honestly wasn't expecting to make it past 21, but okay. I know somebody. You were talking to your dad yesterday and you're like, can you be 14 again? I wouldn't want to be 14 again. Maybe 17. 17 was an okay year. But then again, there's a lot I can do as an adult, so I don't know, split the difference and put me at 21. Because, like, that's actually a year I'd like to have back. Because I had the energy and the maturity to do all the things that I had wanted to do as a teenager, but couldn't because I was a minor. And can't do now because I'm old and fat and tired. So 21 to 25. That's a time period I'd like to have a do-over of. I'd like to have a do-over of 21 to 25. Anyway. I know somebody who heard a story from this trucker in Fayetteville. His truck stopped in the middle of the road, just shut down completely, even though he had a full tank of gas. And suddenly, it looked like daylight outside. He could see cows out in the fields, birds in the sky, and then this metallic, like, egg thing appeared, floating in front of the truck. Damn it, I accidentally tapped the joystick again, and he passed out, and when he woke up, he was missing one of his pinkies. It was like it had never even been there. It was just smooth skin where a pinky should be. I know it's a secondhand source, but there's plenty more like it, and if they are true... You shrug. Could have been the government. It's not like they don't have a history of conducting weird experiments on people. Sure, the government does messed up stuff on the daily, but the way I see it, I have about as much control over what they do as I would over extraterrestrial beings. So if I have no control over these things, I might as well choose to think it's been aliens all this time and let a little joy into my heart, you know? That's true. Besides, it's not like it matters which of us is right, or if either of us is right at all. I'll die one day, and so will you, and eventually there will be no one left who remembers us or what we did in our lifetimes. Jesus fucking Christ, now I'm depressed again. And damn, you've disarmed me with your nihilism. And now I feel like an empty pit in my soul at the thought of the vastness of my time. Ah, don't worry. Isn't there some comfort in the inherent meaninglessness of our actions? What's the weirdest thing you've seen out here? Other than anything cryptid related, of course. Oh gosh, that's a good one. Let me think. Well, there's always the deer I saw stealing baby birds out of a nest and eating them. That was pretty messed up. Deer are fucking scary, yo. People think that deer are just adorable little woodland babies, and they're fucking not. Like, some of them that live near the cities, and they lose their fear of people, and they'll just walk right up to you. They're pretty chill. But the ones that are still wild, man, they're fucking scary. They'll chase you down. They don't give a fuck. Predator, prey, bigger than them, smaller than them. They'll kick your ass and eat your face all the same. City deer ain't like forest deer. City deer are sweet. I had a city deer walk right up to me and ask for food when I used to do a paper route when I was younger. Country deer, forest deer, they'll mess you up, eat your face, and shit on your grandma. But I think most people know about that these days. I've seen tons of videos of other deer doing it, so I'm not sure if it counts as weird anymore. Oh, tetanus lake. That's definitely the weirdest. It was a 5-foot deep, 30-foot wide pile of old cans and bottles and assorted garbage with grass and trees growing on it, so you could barely tell it was there until you stepped on it. It was practically solid ground with how much it had been compressed, but you could still fall through if you weren't careful, hence the name. Better be up on your shots if you want to mess around in there. It was all stuff from the 50s too, which was super neat. I salvaged a few bottles that I keep on my dresser as a little souvenir. Has anything bad ever happened on one of these hikes? You know, I'm just curious. Let me think. There was a time back in early high school when Reese fell down a cliff. But he was fine. We had some folks from town rig up a pulley to get him out of the ravine, and his leg only took a couple of months to heal. All in all, not too bad. Though I guess there was also the time I was out here alone and kinda got stuck in a cave. I was getting great footage of what I thought was a family of wampus cats, but I wasn't able to wiggle my way back out. Turns out wampus cats were actually skunks who very much did not appreciate me blocking the entrance to their hidey hole. And instead of running for help, Gretchen just sat outside bored to tears. Lassie, she is not. It took about an hour to get loose, which was pretty intense, but a few tomato juice baths later, I was right as rain. So it could have been a lot worse. You're lucky they didn't eat your face too. Oh, and there was a time I accidentally stumbled into old Duke's property and nearly got my head shot off. But that happens to everybody sooner or later. I'd barely count it. So yeah, these hikes aren't all that dangerous, all things considered. Let's move on then. Hey, did you hear that? Oh, come down, Gretchen, you old mutt. Same to you, Stella. You're always jumping at nothing, girl. Thank you for the lurk. It was nice talking to you again. It's been a while. Sorry for getting spooked, Duke. I thought you were some creature of darkness. Nah, girlie, just old Duke. Now what the hell you looking for way out here? Skunk Cape. Sorry I asked. And who's this you've suckered into coming along with you? Wait a tick. You ain't... Is that... Yep. Let's see. Welcome to the holler.
My condolences. I'll keep you in my prayers. Now both of y'all head on back to town, you hear? It's best you steer well clear of this area tonight. I'm out dealing with my own critter, and it won't be too appreciative if a couple of fools with a camera scare away the more sensitive wildlife.
What are you hunting tonight? Something tall and hairy? Something musky? Did you see anything like that recently?
Wouldn't you like to know? You can never stay in your own business, Stella Richmond. Put that damned camera down.
Aw, come on, Duke. Maybe I could help out. I'm pretty good at tracking, and you know I learned from the best.
That you did. But I've yet to see a shred of proof that you listened to any of it the way you tromp around the woods at night yelling about chunkabungos or what have you. Something's been getting to me chickens. I've lost 3 this week. You can't afford to lose any more than that.
I'm so sorry to hear that. But, wonder if Skunk Ape has a taste for chickens.
Now, see, that's why I don't come to you about these things. I ain't no skunk ape, whatever the hell that is. I know exactly what this is, but you know you won't believe me if I tell you.
Oh, Duke, you don't think it's...
I do, actually. It's them damn mountain lions. They're out there, Stella. I don't care what your little investigation turned up. You ain't been out in these woods as long as I have. Them sons of bitches are sneaky. Of course, you won't find any in one night of tracking. And I know for a fact that's what's been getting at my chickens. It couldn't be anything else.
I'm telling you, man, mountain lions are extinct in these parts. There hasn't been an actual sighting since the 1990s. And even those were iffy.
I can't believe you go out there on your YouTube saying some river monster spotted by a couple school-age Boy Scouts have been 100% confirmed, yet Appalachian Cougars are some kind of far-fetched fantasy made up by geezers like me. You made me look like a fool. I rated them comments people were posting your video. They was calling me all kinds of names just for seeing things with my own eyes that I know to be true.
I'm sorry, Duke. I didn't mean to sick anybody on you. I just don't think it's plausible.
You'll eat them words when I come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of them woods at dawn. And if you two don't want a face full of buckshot, I suggest you run home and stay out of those woods tonight.
Okay, we'll go home. What?
Good. I'm glad you got some sense. Stella needs somebody like that around.
But I've got to film tonight. The video needs to be out by tomorrow evening so I can keep on schedule. If I miss an update, I might lose my new sponsor, and who knows what that'll mean for my career. No, Stella. We should leave, and we shouldn't come back. You turn and wink at Stella as subtly as you can. She immediately picks up what you're putting down. All right, Duke, maybe you've got a point. Come on, Mallow, let's go to town. Maybe my viewers won't be too angry with me.
Glad to hear you're finally seeing some stunts, Stella. You two run along now and stay safe.
Well played, Mallow. Really threw him off the trail by pretending we're going back to town. Now, come on. I know we can loop around without him noticing. Yeah, we sure fooled him. Sorry if I was a bit much, but I wanted to seem convincing. You did great. He'll never suspect a thing. And you don't have to worry about him finding us out there either. I've gone out tracking with Duke before. The man sounds like a truck crashing through the trees when he walks. Even if we do cross paths, we'll hear him long before he catches wind of us. One moment. All right. Now that my sinuses are cleared,
The trail's just up ahead this way. Let's go. Alright, this looks like a good shot. Mind holding the camera? She hands you the camera and takes position. As night falls, my new assistant, the mysterious Mallow, and I find ourselves on a high hill in the Blue Ridge Mountains, where we'll begin our hunt for the elusive, yet pungent, skunk ape. Though mostly encountered in Florida, this possible relative of Bigfoot has been spotted all along the southeastern edge of the United States, including right here in this very county. Here's hoping we get a glimpse tonight. We'll check back once we're on the trail. Until then, stay searching, Stellars. I can take that camera off your hands for now. We'll be able to start the tracking scenes once the sun sets all the way. In the meantime, we get to take in all this beautiful scenery. It's gorgeous out here, don't you think? It's been so long since I've had a hiking buddy who could keep pace with me. Oh, this is the start of a friendly rivalry I'm sensing. I'll have you know this is my casual hiking pace. Gotta watch out for Gretchen's poor little bones. The real test will come once it's time to run after Skunk Ape. But in all seriousness, I haven't had this much fun on a hike in a long time, so thanks for coming with me. Your quiet moment with Stella is broken by a loud, percussive snort. What was that? No need to panic. That's just the sound deer make when they want to warn the rest of their herd about big scary predators like us. Let's check it out. As you and Stella hear the footfalls of animals retreating into the woods, she reaches for her flashlight. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of light while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. What is wrong with the poor thing? And then it's gone. And geez, Gretchen, calm down. You're gonna hurt yourself. She cannot handle deer. When she gets like this, I usually have to pick her up and hold her. She has a bad habit of slipping her harness when she wants to go after something. You're too much of a potato. And they don't make harnesses to fit potatoes, do they? There was something wrong with that deer. Did you see its face? Now that you mention it, there was something a little off. I bet it was an abscess, or maybe a tumor. It's not like wild animals can get those taken care of, so they just get it bigger and bigger. Poor thing. But there's not much we can do about it. Why do you bring Gretchen out here with you? She doesn't seem like the safest choice for a hiking companion. I actually find her to be quite the opposite. Sure, she wants to chase stuff, but I usually let her when I'm not out on one of my cryptid hunts, so I can't hold that against her. Coffee is good. I'm just happy she's still so feisty even at her age. Pugs aren't exactly known for their good health, but here she is, running around in the woods at 17. She's 17? And still running around in the woods? That is super impressive for a pug. And that's old for a non-brachiocephalic breed. That is a healthy pug, and I never thought I'd use those words in the same sentence. And I feel like the fresh mountain air and exercise have helped a lot in that regard, too. You're probably right, Stella. You're probably right. You defy the laws of nature, don't you, Gretchen? Anyway, that got my heart rate up, so I'm ready for the hunt. Same for me. How about we take a quick snack break to fuel up, then we get right into the night's activities. I've got all the best trail snacks. As you settle down to rest, Stella breaks open a bag of assorted snacks. You grab a handful of dried apricots. I actually dried these myself. I wound up getting a bunch of apricots for free from Janie a while back, and I didn't know what else to do with them. It's wild how easy it is to make your own dried fruit. I gotta start making dried fruit again. I wonder where my food dehydrator is. It's in a closet somewhere. I miss making dried fruit. You silently tear into the apricots. Food is food. Food is good. I concur. I guess you're a fan, huh? You and Stella settle down on an overlook, snacks in hand, as the quiet sounds of evening wildlife wash over you. Gretchen gnaws a stick, distracted for the time being. So tell me what it's like in Space Station. Do you have a house? No, I have a space station. An apartment? Do you live with family, roommates, pets? Tell me what it's like to be Mallow. You shrug. I'd rather not say. Your dehydrator is Santa Claus. My captions are unique. We've had some poor air quality recently around where I am right now, and because it's the end of the wildfire season, so they just got a couple of the wildfires out actually, so the air quality is improving. But it was a rough couple of weeks, and my sinuses are still recovering, so the captions are going to be extra interesting for a couple more days. How are you doing tonight? Do you mind if I ask you what you do for work? Not at all. Ask away. So, what do you do for a living? I'm actually a streamer. No way. A fellow content creator. That is awesome. I knew we had a lot in common, Mallow. What sort of streams do you do? All of the above? I'll say I do art. That's my favorite thing to do on stream, honestly. While I'm thinking of it, I actually have 3 dolls planned. I have 3 dolls planned for the 13 days of Halloween. I may not get to all of them. But all 3 are themed around yokai, from Japanese folklore. I'm going to do the Little Tofu Boy, which is a ghost or a monster that looks like an Edo period little tofu boy, the little boys that would sell tofu around the cities. Then I have another one that I want to do that is, they called it the Entangling Bride. They also called it the Horror Spider. It's a spider that disguises itself as a woman to lure in human prey, usually young men. It's an interesting story. And then the third one that I want to do is supposedly based on a true story of a courtesan who named herself Hell, who eventually became a yokai after she died, for reasons, but she was supposedly the most famous Edo period courtesan before she became a yokai. And those 3 stories are fairly interesting. So those are the 3 Halloween dolls that I want to do. I don't think I'm going to get to all 3 of them, but it would be nice if I did. I thought about doing something more familiar, like for Halloween dolls, but then I was no, kind of on a yokai story kick right now, so I'll stick to what I'm interested in at the moment. Maybe next year I'll be interested in monsters and ghosts and things from Western folklore. That's incredible. I've always wanted to be good at art, but it's one of those talents that have never really manifested for me, try as I might. I'll have to check out your channel sometime this week. How do you like it? I wouldn't trade it for the world. Most people I meet tend to raise their eyebrows when I tell them what I do, but I love it. Hey, it might not be much, but it makes me feel like I'm taking control of my own destiny. Believe me, I can relate. I don't think I'd give up what I do for anything. A crisp breeze passes over you. You can't help but shake the feeling that you're being watched. You scan the tree line, but whatever might be out there is nowhere to be seen. What about you? What's your living situation? And Gretchen and I live in a little house just outside of town. It's actually the house I grew up in, so it has a lot of pleasant memories attached to it, and I'm glad I could keep it in the family. My great-great-grandfather built that house, and he must have done a great job, because it's just as sturdy as it's ever been. Do you live alone there? Yeah, the place used to belong to my parents, but they're not around anymore. And the holler's a small enough place that other folks don't need roommates. Oh, did they move? No, they died. It's okay. I've done my mourning. You don't have to watch your words around me or anything. Life goes on. What were they like? Did you get along? They were amazing. Two of the nicest people you'd ever meet. And interesting, too. My dad was a bit of a regional legend among hunters and trappers. He was always out in the woods on the trail of something, and we certainly had some interesting dinners because of him. He had to learn how to fend for himself, you see, since his family didn't have much growing up. So he learned how to hunt and trap and got damn good at it. He always made sure I had food, and that I knew how to get it if I ever found myself too far from a grocery store. I could make us a pretty good salad with just what's in this clearing if I had to, though it wouldn't exactly taste great. As for my mum, she was a saint. She was the local vet, the lady all the farms in the county knew to call if their animals were in need of something. She was smart as a whip and strong to boot. Turns out pulling calves out of 1,600-pound cows all day is a great way to build muscle. But she was gentle, too. Even the smallest mouse would get the proper care in her hands. I'm sure she's most of the reason Gretchen here is one of the oldest dog I've ever met. So yeah, those were my parents. I'm sorry for your loss. I don't know what else to say. I'm just so sorry. That's okay. I know it's weird. Especially since we just met today. Whoa. Stella immediately packs her bag and slings it over her shoulder. Please tell me that was a raccoon or something. Or something, yeah. Whatever made that sound, I've never heard anything like it. And it's close. Here, hold Gretchen's leash for me and let's check this out. You and Stella inch towards the tree line as she shines her flashlight into the woods. As you approach, a series of weak clucks call out from a nearby bush. Maybe Duke's birds weren't eaten after all. The crap was that? What the hell is that? Hold on, I gotta play that shit back. Holy shit. I'm guessing it was maybe 2-3 feet tall? It doesn't look hairy either, so I think we can rule out skunk ape. But whatever it is, it has one of Duke's chickens. It looks like it's headed north. Let's go after it. Right behind you. I have no self-preservation instinct. You follow Stella as she sprints into the unknown, Gretchen excitedly pulling you along by her leash. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm alright. I just tripped on something weird. Oh no! The poor thing! It must have been one of Duke's. Oh, Jesus, it's still alive! You move towards Stella to get a closer look at the chicken. And don't let Gretchen too close. She'll try to take a bite if you don't stop her. You hold Gretchen's leash close to your chest. She seems nervous, squirming slightly against her harness. Good God, at first you thought it might have been a tumor, but this is something else entirely. The skin is stretched taut, the growth pulsing beneath. Whatever it might be, you know better than to investigate this lump any closer. You've seen horror movies. I'm glad I took the street smart trait at the start of this playthrough, because I might have poked it otherwise. But the game's not going to let me. You back away from the chicken, your curiosity eclipsed by your instinct for self-preservation. You mean the one I just said I didn't have? Its poor little chicken eyes look up at you, glazed over, but still rolling around in their sockets with unfortunate life. Looks like this is what Stella slipped on. The wing is barely still attached, but that seems to be the least of this chicken's concerns. Having investigated to your heart's content, you turn away to give Stella room to film. It seems we found one of Duke's chickens, folks, and she's not looking good. I'm hesitant to speculate, but she definitely seems to have some sort of growth of some sort under her skin. Could be a tumor, could be something else. Either way, I don't think there's much that can be done for her at this point. I'm going to have to put up some massive content warnings for this video. Hey, do you hear that? What in Sam Hill you two doing out here? Didn't I tell you to... Birdie? Oh, Birdie, what's wrong, darling? Oh, good God. Did y'all see what did this to her? Duke, we're on the same team here. We both want to know what happened to Birdie as much as you do right now, so we'll get to the bottom of this. I promise. We were on the trail when we found her like this. Whatever did it to her, I think we can hear them in the trees. Put that camera away, for God's sake, girl! I don't want to be in another one of your videos. No one needs to see me like this. No one needs to see Birdie like this. You wouldn't put her online, would you? Not when she's like this, all swollen and hurting. Duke, did you hear me? I think they're coming closer. Come out, you sons of bitches! Duke, don't shoot them. We have no idea what'll happen. You hear that, Stella? That ain't the sound of something peace-like. Whatever them things are, they'll pay for what they did to my girls. Come on, you. Whatever your name is, grab that flashlight and help me line up a good shot. As the creatures in the tree line grow louder and more numerous, Gretchen violently strains against her harness. Quick! They're closing in on us! You heroically dive forward, touching Gretchen under one arm and grabbing the flashlight with the other. This is your moment. Every pull-up you've done, every hill sprint you've ran, every meal you've eaten, all of them have led to this. I said aim that damn thing quick! Perfect! Just grazed it, but that should make it pretty easy to track, eh, Stella? Yeah, a blood trail's pretty hard to miss. Guess we know it wasn't mountain lions after all. And the rumors are true. If you have the powerful build combined with the street smart trait, you can save both Gretchen and Duke. We did it this time, weirdlings. We did it.
Sorry, I just had a message on Skype that I had to take care of. Alright, I have read that and it does not need immediate attention. Come on. Though it didn't look like any cryptid I've heard of either. This is going to be one hell of a video. We've got to go after them while we still have the chance. Thanks for taking care of Gretchen, by the way. I can take her from here. Now I'll be damned if I let her chase after them things alone. Alone, you have no choice but to follow Duke, Stella, and Gretchen into the darkness. You steel your nerves and run into the unknown. As you push deeper into the woods, the unearthly sounds once again surround you. Guys? The blood trail cuts through the trees here. Come on, we must be close. Damn it, girl! Are you trying to get us lost? Slow down! There's a clearing up ahead. I think I'm going to be sick. Lord, that smell! The shrieks pull back into steady whispers as you, Stella, and Duke stumble upon the putrid bodies of dozens of dead and dying animals. I did not realize this was going to be in this. This is your content warning for the rest of the game, everybody. A sinking realization pulls at your gut. This is their nest, and you are surrounded. I don't often feel the need for separate content warnings on my streams because it's already marked for mature audiences. You know what you're getting into if you click. But this looks like it's gearing up to be a little bit more than usual. So if it's not your thing, go ahead and click away now. I won't be offended. Get all the footage she needs, Stella. If these things jump us, I'm pretty sure I can take them. Are you out of your mind? There's got to be dozens of them up in the trees. They're circling us to protect their brood or whatever it is they've been planting in these animals. We got to get out of here while we still can. Duke's right. There's too many of them, and we've got plenty of footage. We need to get out of here and fast. Just as you follow Stella and Duke in a mad dash through the woods, so too do the unearthly hollers and whispers of the nest. In the highest branches of the trees and down on the forest floor, they're all around you, casually keeping pace with your all-out sprint. Quick! My truck's down this way! You make it to the road, but 3 of the creatures stand between you and Duke's truck. Stay back. You take a single deep breath before propelling yourself towards the creatures. As they recoil, you plant a foot firmly in the ground and throw your body towards the abomination to your right, your fist firmly connecting with a powerful haymaker. Its body feels wrong, as if your blow had just collided with a bag of loose organs instead of a living creature. Caught by surprise and outmatched by your physical prowess, the creatures leap back and scatter into the woods. You are still the dominant species here, at least for now. I have to play physically strong characters instead of smart ones more often. Of course, this one's physically strong and smart, so... Get in the truck and let's get the hell out of here! Duke, do we have to take the truck back? I can just walk. Those creatures left. I'll be fine. Stella, now is really not the time. Alright, I can do this. The 3 of you sit in silence as Duke drives back to town. The ride feels both like an eternity and like nothing at all. Eventually, it's over, and you find yourself outside of Stella's house. Thanks for taking me home, Duke. Anytime, but Jesus, Mary and Joseph, what were those things? It might not be smart to tackle a creature you know nothing about. Yeah, it wasn't the smartest idea, but shooting one earlier, there was a point. Shooting them may have only made them angry. When the one was alone, it ran away after being shot, but it also alerted the rest of the nest. So my thinking was maybe surprising them. Also, it's a video game. Death isn't permanent. But this time it worked out. In real life, I wouldn't do something like that. In real life, that is what the shotgun's for. But in real life, I don't think I'd run into a nest of cryptids in the woods. I have no idea what they were. I've never heard of anything like them. But I got a ton of footage. Nothing really clear, but it's a start. Let me know if anything happens with Birdie, alright? She's gonna be fine, you hear? I better go check in with Bo. He'll be worrying about me. You and your friend stay safe. Looks like those things didn't follow us. No point in talking about the butts. You look out for yourselves. Take care, Duke. Mm-hmm. And here you are, back in town, away from the woods, but with no one but Stella in sight. Your phone buzzes in your pocket. Now that you're back in town, you must finally be getting reception again. 6 missed calls from Tabitha. And 13 text messages. You try and call Tabitha back, but it goes straight to voicemail. Text Tabitha back and let her know you're okay. Your message sits unread. Tabitha's been blowing up my phone. I guess she must be worried about you. God, what a mess this night's been. I can't believe you punched one of those things. I can't believe I punched one of those things either. Video games are where you can make choices that you wouldn't normally make in real life, though. I hope you don't mind me asking, but why on the great green earth did you ask Duke if you could walk back? That's a fair question. I've had some bad experiences with cars. I don't know how to drive them, and I don't like getting into them unless it's literally a question of life or death. Which I guess tonight was. Sorry if I weirded you out. So what do you make of everything we saw? I don't know. I haven't seen or read about anything like this. Although maybe. We've got to find out more about those things. The library doesn't open for a while, so any real research will have to wait until morning. That being said, there is someone in town who might have some useful information. My friend's mom. Her place isn't far. We should head over now before it gets any later. Okay, sure, why not? Who cares? Let's keep this nightmare party going. I feel you, Mallow. I really do. Tonight's been something else. But Mrs. Forsyth is a good people, and if she can help us understand what we're dealing with, it might give both of us some peace of mind. Let's go. I hope she's still awake. Mallow? Jesus. You and Stella turn to see a shadowy figure staring at you from across the road. You didn't hear it approach. What is that? It's covered in blood and has glowing eyes. I do not believe for a second that it's human. Not after what I just saw in the woods. Welcome home. Before you can respond, the door behind you swings open. An older woman stands in the entryway.
Go home, Wayne. I can't help you tonight. You look back and the figure is already gone, disappeared into the shadows of the night. I'm sorry about that, Stella. Some people just can't be helped. What brings you out here so late? And who is this? Hi, Mrs. Forsyth. This is Mallow. Is it okay if we come in? Of course, of course. You're in luck. I just put on the water for hibiscus tea. And for goodness sake, you can call me Sybil. You're an adult now, after all. Welcome to my little nook. It's nice to finally meet you, Mallow. I was so sorry to hear about your mother. Vivian was such a lovely soul, and she's been sorely missed in the holler. And now poor Pearl Ann is gone as well. Do let me know if there's anything you need while you're in town. Who was that outside? Just a very sick man. You don't need to be worried about him. You knew my mum, then? Of course, dear. She was a good friend of mine for many years. She was such a lovely woman. You should come by sometime. I can delight you with unsavory tales of her youth. You know, I never met Pearl Ann. You don't have to pass on your condolences to me. I have no feelings about the woman. That's fair, child, but it seemed the right thing to do. Oh, we need your help, though. Yes, I suppose pleasantries can wait for another time. What's got you here so late? You seem troubled. You know about weird stuff, right? Unexplainable stuff? I'm not so sure I follow, dear. I know which oils to use for witch aches. I know a bit about classic spiritualism. Just what sort of unexplainable things are you talking about? We ran into some creatures out in the woods. These things. I don't even know how to describe them. I can't say I know much about local wildlife. My daughter has always had a brighter gift for nature than I. This wasn't local wildlife, Mrs. Forsyth. Here, I can show you. Stella pulls out her camera and tilts the screen towards Sybil. Ah, one of your little videos. Oh. Where was this? Up the mountain to the northwest. Within the town limits? I see. Is there a way to make the video bigger and louder if you can? I'd need to plug the memory card into a computer. I could go back and get mine. No need. Kanika should still be awake. She can lend us hers. You'd better come with Stella. I'm sure she'll be more willing to help a friend than her nosy mother. Kanika, come on out. We could use a little help. What, Mother? Oh, hey, Stella. And Gretchen, who's a good potato. And a stranger? What are you doing in my house? I was helping Stella with the video in the woods and something terrible happened. Tabitha's cousin. Yep. Sweetie, we were wondering if we could borrow your laptop. Stella and her friend have a video to show us. It's really important, Kanika. Okay. My room's a mess. I'll just bring it out here. Heads up, Kanika. This is graphic. There's a lot of dead and sick animals on the recording. You know I have a harder stomach than any of our friends. I'm pressing play. Silence washes over the room as the video plays. Stella, what the hell is this? I'm sorry either of you had to see this, but Mallow and I have no idea how to make heads of tails of it. Stella, are you okay? Did you get hurt? I'm fine. Really, I'm okay. You remain silent. Unfortunately, if these creatures are what I think they are, the two of you are embroiled in something quite sinister. My grandmother called them ditchlings, and they are a terrible omen, a sign of great suffering and destruction to come. Mom, come on. Whatever's doing this is serious. Stop scaring Stella and Mallow with this taily-po crap. Kanika, sweetie, let your mother talk. The creatures themselves are harmless to people, despite that grisly scene in the woods. But just as birds flock before a storm, the ditchlings congregate where tragedy is soon to fall. To see one is to be cursed by fate. To see so many in one place is... Sybil holds her silence. Mom, they've clearly had a rough night. They don't need this. It's okay, Kanika. This is helpful. Stella, whatever these things are, they aren't magic. We can't rule that out. Not after what we saw. But fine, let's focus on what we do know. Whatever they are, they're doing something to these animals. You saw that nest. What were those growths? Maybe they're making more of themselves. Yeah, maybe what we're seeing here is some sort of parasitic larval stage, part of their life cycle. But I don't want to jump to any conclusions about something like this out there. Not without doing some research or talking to a biologist. I'm sure there's a rational explanation that'll clear all of this up. Oh dear, I'd forgotten entirely about the tea I'd put on. Let me fix you up a couple of cups. It'll help soothe your nerves. I don't know, it's getting late and I should let Mallow get some rest. I ran them ragged today with all the hiking and running through the woods in terror. I can stay out. I'm still wired from everything that happened. Okay, maybe it's that I'm eager to get home and start doing some research. I'll ask around on my usual forums to see if anyone has information on... ditchlings. Is that what you called them? That's right. You go on home now and do try to get some rest. Don't stay up all night on the online. Let me get you some of my house-made peppermint tea to go. It really does wonders to soothe the soul. Bye, Stella. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? And call me if you need to talk. Thanks, Kanika. I'll see you. Bye, Mallow. It's excellent, iced or warm. Though with the nights getting chillier, warm will probably be best. Helps wake up the bones. Be careful out there, both of you. Sybil turns and closes the door behind her. Alrighty, let's head back home. My home, I mean. I just need to mute for a second. Alright, sorry about that. If I'm going to sneeze, I'm going to try to mute first. And here we are. You're welcome to stay the night if you want. Hell yeah, it's been so long since I've had an honest-to-God sleepover. Awesome. If I'm being honest, not being alone tonight is a weight off my chest. It doesn't take long for Stella to fix up the guest room for you. While it's certainly smaller than its counterpart at the estate, it's far better cared for. Make yourself at home. Who was that guy outside of Sybil's? There was something really off about him. Wayne? I haven't really gotten to know the guy. I think he works in the mine. It might be worth looking into him. You know you didn't have to do all this, right? You don't have to worry about that. I'm glad the guest room is finally getting some use. What do you make of all this anyway? Gosh, I don't even know where to begin. Those creatures out there, and they're doing something horrible to the local wildlife. I know that some of the things Sybil said were a little wild, but if she is right, and they are an omen, maybe we can change things and stop whatever's brought them here before it happens. It couldn't hurt to poke around town. I have time. Agreed. I should probably try calling Tabitha one more time. Right, she'd probably like to know you're not dead. Get some rest, Mallow. I'll see you in the morning. You pull out your phone and call. It rings for a moment before she picks up. Where the hell have you been? I called you back as soon as I had reception. Did you? I didn't notice. Look, I got suckered into something. Sorry to worry you. This Stella girl had me come with her on this night hike to find cryptids. So you met Stella. That explains everything. And she's gotten you all worked up. I'm going to bed. I'll collect you tomorrow. From the comfort of Stella's guest bed, the events of the past evening seem like something that happened to someone else. Though you can still clearly picture the terror you felt in those moments, for now you're safe and you're warm. Eventually, the sun will rise and chase away the monsters, and make them seem like nothing but bad dreams. Maybe tomorrow, if you're lucky, you'll wake up in the normal world, and have a relaxing week in the mountains with a new friend. It's a nice thought, but deep down, you can't help but worry that things will only get worse. And we've got a cute little cutscene here. I wonder what happened there. I don't remember this little cinematic event from the first time I played through Chapter 1. And I waited to do Chapter 2 after it came out, because I wanted to do it during the Halloween event. I've actually been holding on to this for over a year now. So I think the cinematic scenes are new. All right.
Episode 2. I want to save before I go any further, though. So this is my old save file that I didn't realize still existed because I hadn't played it on Steam before. It was before, I'm pretty sure Scarlet Hollow's the one that... But anyway. New save. And back we go. The sun has risen, the birds are singing. You are still alive, and for now, you are safe. Your gaze wanders across the unfamiliar room to the window and the woods beyond, and you wonder if the monsters are lurking just beyond the trees, ready to pounce as soon as you leave the comfort of your new friend's family home. You can't help but remember the sight of pale faces jeering at you from the trees, their calls echoing through the woods as you ran for your life. A knock at the front door. Your morbid thoughts are interrupted by a distinctly unhappy voice filtering through the house and past the closed door of your bedroom. Where the hell is Mallow? Oh, hey, Tabby. There's a fresh pot of coffee on the table if you want to come in. No, I'm just here to check on my cousin. Let's make this quick. I have a lot on my plate today. You're barely decent. It might be mildly scandalous if people saw you like this. Do I care? Fine, I'll finish getting dressed. I'll be polite. You calmly collect yourself while Tabitha fumes outside your door. Are you sure you don't want to visit for a bit? You don't have to run around being the big boss this week of all weeks. You should let yourself... I'm fine, thanks. Mallow, I know you're here. Where the hell are you hiding? Shut up and let me put my pants on, bitch. You lean against the far wall for a moment and smile. Tabitha must be livid. I'm coming in. You better be decent. An excited pug bolts through the door and jumps on the bed. Sorry, Mallow. Morning. How'd you sleep? What exactly did the two of you get up to last night? We went up to the woods to film a video. Never mind, I actually don't want to know. What I do want to know is why on earth you decided to blow me off to spend the night with a stranger. Tabitha leaves in a huff, leaving you and Stella to follow her back into the living room. Well, maybe if you hadn't been such a twatopotamus Rex last night when I arrived into town for your mother's funeral, who I never met, then I wouldn't have wanted to bugger off out of your nasty falling down mansion to spend the night with somebody who actually knows how to behave like a human fucking being. Just a thought. Don't be so hard on Mallow. I asked them to crash here. And last night was a lot, Tabby. There's something horrible out in those woods, and I don't think anyone in this room wanted Mallow walking up to that mountain alone last night. Stella, would you mind giving me a moment alone with my cousin? And while you're at it, please stop calling me Tabby. We're not in high school anymore. All right. Isn't this Stella's house? Why are you bossing her around? Come on, Tabby. No berating guests in the Richmond household. Whatever, I don't really care if you're here for this. You've been in town for less than a day, and my stress is already through the roof. I mean, I get it. Stella got you all worked up and you were too scared to walk home. Sure, whatever. That checks out. But I don't care if those woods are chock full of ghouls and ghosties. You had me worried sick. Answer your fucking phone next time, then, bitch! From now on, you're back at the estate by bedtime. No more impromptu sleep. You're not my mom! This character better not put up with this treatment.
You ran off as soon as I got here. Don't expect me to respect your time if you can't respect mine. There's a difference between my duties and your impulses. Don't do anything reckless while I'm at work. I'll see you back at the estate tonight. No, you fucking well won't. Wait, Tabby, let me know if you're free sometime, okay? Tabitha sighs. You're relentless. We'll see, but don't get your hopes up. Some people should have been swallowed instead of conceived. You good? Sorry about Tabby. She totally blindsided me. You shouldn't let Tabitha treat you like that. Thanks. It's complicated, you know? It sucks that this was probably the longest interaction I've had with her since high school. How are you holding up, though? That was rough. I don't regret staying here, but you're right. That sucked. And it's not like I didn't let her know where I was. Last night was a lot. I don't think anyone can blame you for crashing here. Tabby just doesn't get what we went through. Who would, honestly? And for the record, I'm happy you stayed too. Anyway, sorry for that rude awakening. I'd been up for a little while, but was hoping to let you get a little extra sleep. Yeah, she reminds me of a few people I don't want to talk about. But you're up now, and we've got a full day ahead of us if we're going to get to the bottom of this. How are you so chipper? Last night was horrible. I guess it was pretty gnarly, but those ditchlings are exactly the sort of thing I've been looking for my entire adult life. Stella seems legitimately fine. It's not like anyone got hurt either. Except those poor critters in the woods. You shouldn't just bury your feelings like that. What we saw in the woods last night would mess with anyone. I get that it was the sort of thing that had traumatized most folks, but I guess that's just not who I am. I'm fine, really. Again, Stella seems legitimately fine. Besides, we have a task to focus on. There'll be time to be traumatized later. Oh, how do I keep doing that? Okay. I want to check out the mines at some point today. Maybe some of the miners there can tell us about Wayne. He scared the bejesus out of me last night. Definitely. Kanika's waiting for us at the library, so we should head over there first. But unless we can find something solid on ditchlings there, the mines seem to be the strongest lead we've got. Oh, let me set up a group chat. What's your number? You and Stella exchange numbers. A text message from Stella to you and Kanika. It reads group chat. Anyway, daylight's burning, so let's roll out as soon as you finish getting dressed. Need protein. So hungry. Don't worry about it. I've packed all sorts of snacks for the day, and Oscar totally won't mind if we eat at the library. The walk to town is short. Stella's house is barely a stone's throw from what remains of Scarlet Hollow's once bustling main street. Adjust my fan a little bit. It's getting warm in here now. You shudder as you stare down the thoroughfare, both from the chill in the morning air and the all-too-present memories of everything you witnessed last night. You see that building labeled Town Hall? It's actually the library. Well, it's also the Town Hall, but that's just a small upstairs office nowadays. I guess this town's not what it used to be. That and our mayor's really into going on walks. I think there's actually going to be a meet and greet later this week. Could be just the pick-me-up we need, what with everything that's been going on. Maybe he'll actually take this whole ditchling thing seriously. I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oh, hey! Morning, Stella. And same to you, Mallow. Speak of the devil, we were just talking about you. Coming from Stella's, huh? Did y'all have a slumber party? Sorry, y'all, but I'm actually in a bit of a rush this morning. I really can't stop to chat. It'll take me a bit to set up, so if you want to catch up with folks or grab something at the diner, you can meet me at the library when you're done. Oh, sure. See you in a bit, Stella. Cool. See you soon. Whoa. She always has time to chat. Is she feeling okay? Oh, Stella and Mallow just got up to a bit of trouble last night, that's all. You can't just drop something like that and leave me hanging. What happened, Mallow? Stella and I went into the woods to try and find a skunk ape, but we ran into something way worse. Actual monsters. Sybil said they're called ditchlings, but whatever they are, there are dozens of them, and they're mutilating the local wildlife. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. Y'all actually found something out there? I can corroborate. I may not have been out there with them, but I've seen the footage, and they encountered something otherworldly in those woods. Well, whatever it was that happened out there, you're clearly a little shaken up. Tell you what, I'm on break for the next half hour. How about you swing by the diner, and Winnie can fix you some of Sybil's new blend and try to calm your nerves. It's chaga and lemon balm. It's always helped me on bad days. And if you need to talk about what happened, I'm all ears. Anyway, it's up to you. See you around, Mallow. See you, Sybil. Take care now, Avery. I'm glad I was able to catch you this morning, if only to see how you were holding up. I hear that the motorcycle riders are catching their last couple of weekends of good weather already. Please don't hesitate to stop by if I can be of any help. What aren't you telling us? You're awfully relaxed given everything you told us last night. Don't mistake my calm demeanor for complacency. We all have our parts to play in this. I've shared what I know about the ditchlings, and I trust that you and Stella have what it takes to get to the bottom of things. I'm so sorry to cut our conversation short, but I've got things that need tending to. Stay safe, Mallow, and God bless. Stella said you had some time to kill before she finished setting up. I'll go to the diner first. Can't study on an empty stomach, after all. The diner is a little quiet today, but the air is still heavy with the tantalizing smell of breakfast. You slide into the booth across from Avery. Hey there, stranger. Before you can exchange words, Winnie sidles up, a fresh mug of tea in hand. I heard you might need this. The answer to 29 down is oink, by the way. What? But the clue is pen sound. How is that the sound a pen makes? Wait. Pen like pig pen? Are you kidding me? How was I supposed to guess that? I don't know why you even bother with those things. They're just gonna frustrate you. It's just something to do to fill the time. Or maybe I should switch to Sudoku. Winnie leaves Avery contemplating daily newspaper puzzles, returning to her seat behind the counter. So, thanks for telling me about last night. If you want to really get into the grisly details, you can tell me. I won't judge. You hesitantly take a sip of your tea. It tastes like you're drinking mold that someone tried to unsuccessfully spruce up with lemon balm. What the hell is in this tea? Oh, right. I probably should have warned you about that. It's chaga, this fungus you can harvest from birch trees. It supposedly has a ton of health benefits, and it sure tastes like it. It's a challenge, you know? I could tell you about last night, but what if you don't believe me? I'm not here to judge. I'm here to listen. You spill the beans. Glad to have someone to talk to about the horrors you've witnessed. Wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. Monsters in the woods. I may not have lived here long, but I've never heard of anything like that happening around these parts. I can't say I like the thought of it. I hadn't pegged you as a transplant. Where are you from? I moved here from Scarlet. Gosh, 3 years ago now? Maybe a little more. I've lost track. Aunt Winnie offered me a place to stay and a job, and who was I to pass on that sort of generosity? To be honest, it still feels like I just moved in. Practically everyone apart from the Cole folks grew up in this town, so it's like I'm the perpetual new kid. Don't get me wrong, folks here are plenty polite and friendly, but there's a shared history I'll never be part of. Hang on a second, I've got to go check on something. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Just a bit of a... Just a bit of a weird noise from the other room. Anyway. Don't get me wrong, folks here are plenty polite and friendly, but there's a shared history I'll never be part of. I get it. I've felt out of place the whole time I've been here. Folks on the whole have been plenty friendly, but life here is so different than what I'm used to. It's hard to explain, but I just don't feel like I belong. Exactly. There are worse ways to be, but I'm not sure I'll ever entirely feel like I belong here. Do you regret moving here? I don't think I have a choice to have second thoughts. I'm not going anywhere without Aunt Winnie, and there's no way she's leaving this place. Why'd you leave Charlotte, if you don't mind me asking? No, it's cool. I was having some issues with my folks about my education, which wasn't great, especially since I was still stuck under their roof. When my aunt heard about it, she offered me a job and a place to stay, and the rest is history. I know everything I told you about last night was a lot, but I'm not going to let anything to happen to you or this town. We're on the case. Thanks, Mallow. I'm not typically one to get worried, and that's especially true with someone like you around. Looks like my shift is starting, though. I hope you're doing a bit better. Maybe the Chaga's had a chance to start working its magic. I'm going to keep my ears open for you. The diner is where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot about what goes on around here. I'll let you know if anyone mentions those monsters or anything else strange or unusual. Avery slips out of the booth, giving a friendly half-wave before disappearing into the back. You leave the diner, ready to continue your day. Okay. Let's go to the general store then. This is your first time seeing the general store in the light of day. A young man sits at the table by the register, too preoccupied with his phone to care that you stepped in. So, if I wanted to buy chips or something here, do I talk to you, or... He sighs. I guess, yeah. Kanika decided to skip work today, so of course whatever plans I had didn't matter. And just take the chips, I don't care. Wouldn't that make Kanika mad? Well, she shouldn't have left me in charge while she's off doing whatever. If Kanika cares about running this place right, she can hire someone else and let me live my life. She inherited the store, and I don't want to keep getting suckered into working here just because I'm her brother. We make most of our money on bulk orders anyway. A bag of chips won't make a difference. I'm not going to turn down free stuff, but I'm going to tell her. I'm going to tell Kanika about this. Oh, come on. No one likes a snitch. I was joking anyway. Jeez. Kanika knows I joke like that all the time. She's not going to care. Whatever. The young man doesn't respond as you turn and leave the general store. You enter the former town hall. What once must have been a stately foyer has since been converted into rows of shelves. Meeting rooms and offices long ago gave way to assorted reference collections and reading areas. Oh, hey, you made it! You head over to Stella and Kanika's table and settle in. Glad you found the place. Hey, Mallow, you look tired. Yeah, it was pretty hard to fall asleep last night, all things considered. I can't say I got a wink myself. Same. Anyway, I guess we should get started. Hey there, strangers. And literal stranger. Hey, I'm Mallow, Tabitha's cousin. I'm in town for the funeral. Oh, I should have known you were a Scarlet. You look so much like Vivian. Not that I knew her very well. I was still a little kid when she left. But that Scarlet resemblance, it's strong. I'm Oscar Gutierrez, chief librarian, and only librarian. Oscar's amazing. He practically built this library from scratch. Yeah, I'm a little jealous of what the kids around here get to grow up with. They don't know how good they have it. Back when I was in elementary school, all the library had was a couple of shelves of boring books donated by old people. Y'all are too kind. But speaking of kids, have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. You know the crowd she hangs around with? They're good kids at heart. I'm sure they're just up at old Maxwell Place doing teen stuff. I went up there plenty of times in my day, but I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled. What's the old Maxwell Place? Oh, it's this great old abandoned spot. We used to hang out there when we were teens. I can't believe I used to be so reckless. The floors there were like Swiss cheese. I should really have a talk with Rosalina when she gets home. Kids are smarter than you think. She can take care of herself. You might not want to let her run off like that anymore, though. It's not as safe as it usually is around here. Is that so? Kanika's right. There's some weird stuff going on out in the woods. And that's actually why we came in today. Have you ever heard of creatures called ditchlings? They're a type of cryptid that shows up around places on the brink of disaster. They kind of look like if the Pillsbury Doughboy was a creepypasta. Kanika's mom told us about them last night after seeing some footage we got in the woods. Ditchlings? That doesn't ring a bell. Dang, worth a shot. Okay, if you were, say, trying to predict a horrible disaster that might befall our town, where would you start looking? Well, they say history repeats itself, so I'd probably try and figure out what sorts of disasters this region typically falls prey to. Should I be worried about something? I don't know yet. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go nab some more books. Behave while I'm gone, Gretchen. Oh, you don't have to worry about her, Stella. You're such a good dog, aren't you, Gretchen? Here, have a biscuit, old girl. Gretchen inhales the soft biscuit, drool leaking from her toothless mouth as she swallows it whole. I'm pretty sure Stella's barking up the wrong tree, Oscar. I don't think you have to worry about any horrible calamity befalling the town. But she's right about the weird stuff. There's definitely something unusual going on out in those woods. Whatever's out there in the woods has been brutalizing the local wildlife. I don't think it's safe. I'm going to try calling Rosalina again. Thanks for letting me know. Taken care of. I'm sure she's fine, really. Rosalina's a smart kid. She knows better than to go around getting into trouble, and we'll make sure to keep our eyes peeled. Thanks, Kanika. And Mallow, if you see a 13-year-old girl with a black braid and glasses, would you let her know her dad is worried about her? Oscar anxiously wanders off, phone in hand. Got him! Just grabbed a whole mess of local history books. Stella sets a massive pile of books on the table and pulls up a chair. All right. This is going to be so much faster with the two of you here to help out. Got our snacks, got our source documents. Let's get this research party started. Reading awaits. I'm going to check through the history of the coal mines first. Forced into retirement at age 50 due to a war injury from his time in the Indian Wars, exacerbated by his short stint serving as a captain in the Confederacy, Silas Scarlet also lost his eldest two sons to the bloodiest of wars, leaving his third eldest son, Andrew Jackson Scarlet, to take charge of the mine. Under his leadership, the mine prospered, undoubtedly in part due to the growth of the railroad industry. Managed to evade the coal union for decades, making them one of the most profitable mines in the country, Andrew Scarlet built the surrounding town into what it is today, with expensive stone buildings, a bustling main street, and overseeing it all, the elegant Scarlet estate that was, until 1889, the largest and finest feat of architecture in the region. Culminating in the tragic collapse of 1918, it was found that Charles Shaw, the co-manager of the mine, had loosened security measures to increase production during World War I, resulting in a fatal collapse and the deaths of over 160 men and boys, some as young as 10. The casualties included Andrew Jackson Scarlet's eldest son, Theodore, who had taken over for his aging father during the bustle of the war. His brother, Enoch V. Scarlet, managed to pull the mine from the brink of ruin, thereby saving the town. So this is how your family made its fortune. Silas Everett Scarlet was born to Colonel Everett J. Scarlet in 1818, one of 12 siblings. He grew up in eastern North Carolina during a tumultuous time in the state's history, and not much is known about his life before he joined the Army in 1836. He quickly rose through the ranks, in part due to his father's connections, but also due to a particular ruthlessness, for which he received the nickname Bloody Silas Scarlet. The federal government granted the now Captain Silas a tract of bounty land in exchange for his service in the Indian War, he settled into the hills of North Carolina in 1841. That land would become Scarlet Hollow. But it started as a simple log cabin, built by Silas's own two hands, occupied by his family of 10. Silas, his wife Mary Joseph Scarlet, and their 8 children. Logging business brought many workers and fellow landowners to the hills, but it wasn't until Silas discovered rich seams of coal running underneath the entire region that Scarlet Hollow was really put on the map. He saved what he could and bought the surrounding hillside at a great discount, cleverly hiding what he knew about the land's true value. Thus he had all the resources to found Scarlet Hollow's now famous coal mine. You're finished with this one. A few entries catch your eye. Often linked to Cherokee legends, some cite the Wampus Cat as originating with the story of a woman who sought vengeance against a monstrous cat demon for driving her husband mad. She hunted it down and, by wearing a bobcat mask, tricked it into using its own vile magic on itself, freeing the people of their region from its evil. Others say the creature comes from the story of a woman who wore the pelt of a wild cat to witness forbidden hunting rites. The hunters of her village gathered to perform the rites, and she watched in secret from underneath the cat's pelt, but was soon discovered. For her indiscretion, she was fused with the pelt, and transformed into a creature that was neither human nor cat, forced to wander the wilderness alone, feared by all. Her calls are those of great sadness, and serve as a warning to anyone who dares goes against tradition. Tommyknockers originated in Cornish mythology, spreading to the United States when Cornish immigrants began working in Appalachian mines. They're named for the knocking that can be heard from seemingly within the walls before a cave-in. According to some, the knocking serves as a benevolent warning. Others believe that the creatures take stolen hammers to work. I can English. According to some, the knocking serves as a benevolent warning. Others believe that the creatures take stolen hammers to the supports of mines and collapse them on whoever is unfortunate enough to still be inside. They are traditionally thought to be impish, leprechaun-like beings, but some claim they are the spirits of dead miners, forever cursed to haunt their final resting place. There was a hunter who lived in a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods, all alone with his hunting dog. One night, after a particularly bad week of hunting, both their stomachs were empty, the hunter spied something out the corner of his eye. Some small creature had gotten into the cabin through a hole, and before he could even figure out what it was, he'd drawn his gun and fired at the thing, his hunger guiding his actions. But it was quick and ran back through the hidey hole and out of sight, leaving only its long black tail, shot off by the hunter's rifle. "Guess this'll have to do," he said to his dog, and threw the tail in a pot to cook a soup. He and his dog ate well that night, the tail filling them both up. The hunter crawled into bed, satisfied, his dog curled up at his feet. He woke up to the sound of long nails scrabbling across wood. His dog was nowhere in sight, only a rumpled spot on the covers where he'd been. And, in the gloom, he saw two big yellow eyes staring right at him. "I want my taily-po," a high, hoarse voice cracked from the darkness. "Go away!" he screamed at the thing. But it stepped closer to him, still shrouded in darkness, the sound of long claws dragging across hardwood accompanying its movements. "I want my taily-po!" the creature growled again. "I'll get my dog after you!" the hunter squeaked, his voice catching in his throat with fear. But there was no dog to be seen. "I want my taily-po!" Before the hunter could so much as scream, the creature leapt from the darkness, long claws stretched out toward the hunter. No one is sure what the creature did to him that night, but the next morning, all that remained of the hunter, his dog, and his cabin was a chimney, standing alone in the woods. How do we know the story, then? If all the witnesses are dead, how do we know the story? That's what I don't understand about folklore. They all died, there's no witnesses. How do we know what happened then? There was no video back then. Oh, well. You close the book and put it back. I think I'm all done. Let's check in. All Alright, if we're going with what Kanika's mum told us last night, I think we can rule out any natural disasters as what brought the ditchlings here. But not nuclear incidents. Looks like our state has a history with those. What about y'all? Find anything? Before you can respond, a handsome black cat leaps onto the table. Stella quickly slams her book shut. Aw, hey, Pixel! You might want to close your book. He loves to rip up any paper he can find. Don't worry, little guy. I didn't forget your treats. Pixel immediately goes to town on Stella's treats. Sorry if Pixel's bothering y'all. Hopefully he hasn't gobbled up any of our books. He can't stand the thought that people might pay attention to anything that isn't him. Why do you let a paper shredder freely wander a library? Have you seen this little guy's face? How could I say no to that? You decide to leave Pixel be. The cat curls up on the table, fast asleep. Alright, I'd better get back to shelving. Let me know if y'all need anything. Have you had any luck with Rosalina? Not yet. I knew a teen would be a handful, but I didn't think it'd happen overnight. I'll probably head out once you're all done and check in on her usual haunts. Stella, what was that you were saying about nuclear incidents? You were talking about that Goldsboro thing, right? Yeah, apparently in the 60s, a B-52 carrying a live warhead broke up mid-air and dropped a couple of bombs. A fascinating bit of history there. The first of the two bombs landed upright after its parachute got caught in a tree. Thankfully, it didn't go off. At the time, the government claimed that the bomb was unarmed, but it later came out that the only thing preventing a detonation was a single electrical switch which failed to trigger on descent. And 60 years later, the second bomb still hasn't been recovered. This is based in fact. A lot of the things I'm noticing, a lot of the things in this game, in this visual novel, are based on actual folklore and historical events. I like it when fiction does that. It lends a little bit more of an air of realism to it. It helps you suspend your disbelief and get into the story. And the devs behind Scarlet Hollow did a lot of research. Or they grew up in the area. There really is no in between. This is genuinely good. Right, its conventional explosive disintegrated in mid-air, but most of the nuclear material was unrecoverable by flooding. If I remember correctly, they just buried it and sealed it up. If the bomb is somewhere else, why would there be so many ditchlings here? Yeah, Goldsboro is almost 400 miles from here. Not that we should be looking too hard at the disaster angle. Whatever those creatures are, they're biological. Look, you never know with radiation. We actually know quite a bit. It just melts you, it doesn't make monsters. And a 60-year-old bomb isn't going to explode on its own hundreds of miles away and kill us here. You never know. There could always be a whole underground society of bomb-worshipping mutants just waiting to blow it up. I've missed this. You lean in and quietly whisper to Stella and Kanika. Do you guys think there's, like, a cult here? Maybe the ditchlings were actually nudists doing some sort of weird ritual. Very funny. You were there with me last night, Mallow. You know as well as I do that whatever we saw wasn't human. Do you think Wayne factors into any of this? That creep who keeps coming around my mom's tea room? He snuck up on us last night and called out Mallow by name. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with him. Maybe he's sick. Maybe that has something to do with what you saw in the woods. I don't know. I'd buy it. So Silas Scarlet. Rich guy. I figured old money from the South wouldn't be great, but he, sure did some things to get where he was, huh? That book is a perfect example of why you should use multiple sources for your research instead of trusting the first thing you read on a subject. Yep, dude was a monster. The mines made a lot of money during the Civil War, too, and you can probably guess which side a North Carolinian business owner would be working for. I'm sorry you're related to him. Silas seems like a terrible person, but I don't see what that has to do with bad omens or creatures in the woods. I agree. We're talking about ancient history here. Yeah, we probably have better leads. It never hurts to have historical context. The coal mine's here, though. Kanika visibly shudders. I get cold sweats just thinking about being in a place like that. I feel for the guys who work up there. I could never. Speak for yourself. I love a good crevasse. What happened after the mine collapse? The book just kind of glosses over that. There was a union for a little bit, but it didn't last. There's not a whole lot written about the past century here. Yeah, the Scarlet Hollow mine isn't exactly the most ethically run business. No offense or anything. I'm sure Tabby runs the mines better than Charles Shaw did. Still hasn't let the union in, though. There's a reason she and I don't talk. Maybe the ditchlings are here to foretell another collapse. That's morbid. And besides, it was all Charles Shaw's fault. The labor market is way more strict now. There's no way you could get away with the kind of safety cutbacks he pulled. Writing it down on the list of potential disasters anyway, though. Y'all don't actually think the mine is about to collapse, right? No, I don't think so. Had me worried there for a second. I hate to give Tabitha any credit, but the mine is safer now than it was back then. Still, what a horrible thought. You never know. So Appalachian folk monsters. Mompus cats kinda sound like they could be mountain lions. Voice like a woman crying out, somewhere between person-sized and cat-sized. Oh, definitely. They are 100% mountain lions. Kanika, you know there are no mountain lions up here. I thought you were supposed to be a skeptic. But the myths are old, right? Mountain lions didn't go extinct in the Appalachians that long ago. Those legends just haven't died off yet. Almost every cryptid can be tracked down to either a hoax or someone getting confused about a perfectly normal animal. Sometimes both. Crap. I can't remember the name of the critter. But there were photos, that came out, oh, how long ago? 15 years ago now? There was a, Quetzalcoatl, however the hell you pronounce it. The goat-eating demon of Mexican folklore. Supposedly there were photos of one from, like, Arizona or something like that. It turned out to be a coyote with mange. So that was funny. Bigfoot, for instance. It started as a prank, and then folks saw bears walking around on their hind legs and got freaked out, and now here we are. You'll eat those words when I get the first clear footage of a Bigfoot. If you manage that, I will print out a piece of paper that says Bigfoot isn't real and literally eat it. I promise. Chupacabra! That's the word I was thinking. Where the hell did I pull Quetzalcoatl? Wasn't that a Mayan deity? Or Aztec deity? It's not my turn with the brain cell tonight. Some other VTuber's borrowing it. I'm holding you to it. El Chupacabra, yeah. My mom used to tell me that Talipo story back when I was little. I can't believe I forgot that one. It scared me so bad I wouldn't eat soup for years. I thought a monster might try and dig it out of my stomach if I did. I love that one. And there's this old chimney in the woods that I used to think was the chimney from Talipo. The one that was left after the thing did whatever it was that it did. Now I know that's just because chimneys don't burn down and wooden houses do. That doesn't mean it's not the chimney from Talipo. I've camped out there a couple of times and seen some pretty spooky stuff. Yeah, I watched that video. You saw raccoons. You're gonna get rabies one of these days chasing after wildlife like that. Oh, what can I say? I like to live on the edge. And do you think the ditchlings are Tommyknockers? What with the whole warning thing? Good thought, but Tommyknockers live in mines. That's like their whole thing. I'm gonna write it down though. Tommyknockers are literally just the sounds that happen when a bunch of rocks and woods are about to collapse. Are they? Or are they the sound of mysterious creatures pounding on the rocks and support beams with hammers to cause a collapse? There's simply no way to know. Let's move on. We should check out the mines, though. Between Wayne, the old collapse, and the fact that the whole town's practically been built around them, it seems like the smartest place to start. Good idea. There's an awful lot of mines-related stuff in my notes. We can poke around and find out if anyone's seen anything weird. And just to clarify, you two are suggesting we go to question some of the miners, right? We're not poking around unprepared in the actual mines, right? Right? Yeah, totally, 100%. I would never. We don't even have a good reason to go down there. Good, let's keep it that way. You know how I feel about mines. I promise, Sneaks, we're just going to question some of the miners. And if that questioning gives us a good reason to poke around, say a cool abandoned coal mine, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You can cross that bridge when we come to it. I am not going underground. I'm just messing with you. We'll stick to the surface. Yeah, and hopefully we can find out what happened to Wayne while we're at it. I'm sure Tabitha's going to love that we're snooping around. The same goes for all of us, honestly. I can't think of a single person in town Tabitha would be happy to see. We'll just have to make sure we don't get caught. We'll be super sneaky. I can't even keep lookout. Look at us going out on a caper together. I missed this. I missed it too. I mean, sure, it's not under the best circumstances, but I've been so wrapped up in running the store, I didn't realize how much I missed being able to hang out with you. Though there is something missing. Reese. I really miss that dude. I can't believe how long it's been since we've seen each other. Have you seen him lately? No, I tried to plan stuff, but he's been too sick. I didn't realize it was getting so bad, the poor guy. You know, we could just pop over and surprise him. He seemed excited to meet Mallow. Maybe we'll finally get him to leave his little cave. Hell yeah, let's do it. Alright, let's roll out. See you, Oscar. We'll let you know if we run into Rosalina. Thanks, guys. I'll keep you all posted. Reese's home stands at the edge of the forest wall, an isolated buffer cushioning the rest of the town from an unending wilderness. Reese! It's Stella! I brought some buddies, too. Shh, not so loud. He's still sleeping. Can I help you with something? The woman in the doorway stares directly into your eyes. You can practically feel her simmering irritation washing over you. Hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. Nothing strenuous, we promise. I'm not going to wake him up. If he's sleeping, he probably needs it. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now anyway. Oh no, poor Reese. It has been so long since either of us has gotten a chance to hang out with him. I'm sure he and Mallow would get along super well too. Stella's right. We're just going for a light walk, and I've heard such great things about your son. I'm only in town for a few more days, and it'd be a shame if I didn't get a chance to meet him. Dr. Kelly looks you up and down and sighs. All right, you win. He's usually feeling his best around mid-afternoon. Why don't you come over tomorrow, and we can have some supper, and y'all can hang out for a bit. I don't promise that he'll be perky, but I'm sure it'll brighten his spirits to see you two again. Alright, thanks for letting me know. I'm sure he'll be happy to meet you too, Mallow. That would be great. I can bring a side dish. Maybe deviled eggs? Does he still eat those? No, eggs are a little much for him. They don't settle well. You leave the cooking to me. I know what he can handle. Okay, I'll bring soda then. That's not... Okay, yes, fine. You can bring soda. Nothing with caffeine. Ginger ale, preferably. Oh, and leave the dog at home. She might cheer him up. You know they have those therapy dogs in hospital. No dogs. Thanks so much, Dr. Kelly. We'll stop bothering you now. See you later. Dr. Kelly nods in acknowledgement and quickly shuts the door. The sound of several locks clicking into place can be heard from within. God, that woman makes me so nervous. I remember she used to be so nice and carefree when we were kids. She always had the best stickers when we had to get our shots. Maybe she's just stressed about Reese. Or maybe she's just nice to kids. Either way, I guess it's just the three of us. You gonna drive? Yeah, sorry. I don't like the thought of going up there without the van. Cool, I'll take my shortcut then. It shouldn't take me too long for me to get there. You're welcome to tag along, Mallow. Don't worry, I won't be offended if you'd rather ride with Kanika. I'm sure you're probably sick of the woods. Either way works for me. Alright, Stella, what's actually up with you and cars? The mines have got to be a ways off, right? Don't worry about it, Mallow. There's a lot of junk in the back of my van. It gets a little tight with more than 2 people. Maybe if I ride with Kanika, she'll tell me what's going on with Stella. I'll ride with Kanika then. See you at the mines. Kanika is a careful driver, but her old van still bumps around on the mountain roads. Thanks for indulging us on that little diversion. Reese's mom is... scary. I don't think either Stella or I have seen the guy outside his house for years. I've seen him in person maybe 5 or 6 times in as many years. And that was always in his house, with his mom right there, the whole time. Well, that's not suspicious at all. No one even knows what he's sick with, because he's not sick. That sort of isolation can't be good for his health, no matter what his mom says. You were pretty quick to cut in when I asked Stella about her thing with cars. Yeah, I guess I was. That's how her parents died. Car crash. That'd do it. She was in the car too. Just some cuts and bruises. But she doesn't like cars and tries her best to stay away from them. I don't think she's ever actually going to leave this town. Has she seen someone, like a therapist? Good luck finding a therapist within walking distance of Scarlet Hollow. I don't think that's something Stella'd go for anyway. She likes to solve her own problems. So what's actually going on with Reese? Good question. I wish I knew. His mom's been saying he's sick for years, and it's not like she's wrong about it. He's been a wreck the few times I've seen him. She's poisoning him. That's rough. Yep. I swung by the general store this morning, and I'm pretty sure I met your brother. What's his deal? Ugh, Miles. He didn't do anything weird, did he? Hey, he tried to make me steal some chips. Of course he did. And I'm sure he told you all about how we get most of our money from bulk orders, so it doesn't really matter if you just take something. It's fine. Thanks for letting me know. I just wish he would grow up. It feels like I can't trust him to do anything without leaving a mess for me to clean up. Don't get me wrong, he's family, and I love the guy, but he sure doesn't make it easy. There's always one family member. Do you have any other theories on what's going on? Aside from what we talked about at the library? I don't know. I don't think there's enough information yet to support any strong conclusions. Though I've been wondering if what the two of you saw was maybe some sort of mutated animal. Like a strain of hairless monkeys or raccoons or something. Do you know about Morgan Island? It's off the coast of South Carolina, and there's a whole population of rhesus monkeys infected with herpes, like 4,000 of them. Maybe the ditchlings are some kind of alopecia research monkeys? Which sounds ridiculous now that I've said it out loud, so forget I said anything. No, I totally buy that. Those weird sounds, not quite human, ape-like appearance. Okay, good. Glad I don't sound nuts. Have you ever thought about living somewhere else? Yeah, this wasn't the plan, and it still isn't. I was actually a couple of years into veterinary school. Top of my class, might I add, when my dad died. My mom wasn't up for running the store, and you've met Miles. I only wanted to take a semester off, help them get back on their feet, but it's been a year and change now. It's not just about my family, too. The general store? That's the general store. If it winds up going under, it's hard not to imagine the whole town collapsing with it. Maybe I'll get to go back next semester. You shouldn't wait on other people for permission to live your life. A little harsh, but I guess you're not wrong. I suppose it's hard to think about what I want with other people relying on me like this. I appreciate the vote of confidence, though. Not a lot of people around here share your perspective. You and Kanika sit in comfortable silence for the last few minutes of the ride. You and Kanika arrive at the mines before Stella. Stella's probably going to be another couple of Hey y'all, how was the ride? I'm gonna put Gretchen down for a second. Did you run here? Yep, felt like getting a run in. Didn't want to keep y'all waiting. You didn't run into any of those creatures, did you? Nope. And that makes sense. They're probably nocturnal. I don't know if I should feel relieved or disappointed. But we're all here. What's the plan? I guess we just gotta talk to people. I guess so. I should probably be on lookout duty. I'm a bit of a persona non grata in the mines. Tabitha? Yeah, I might have tried sneaking in to talk to her a time or two too many. And Gretchen makes it extra hard to be sneaky. We're probably less likely to get caught if only one of us is snooping around down there. If Stella's on lookout duty and only one of us is going in, what's the third person doing? You know those cheesy rom-coms where someone wears an earpiece on their first date? Whoa, do you have some kind of surveillance rig in the back of your van that I don't know about? What? No. I have a pair of earbuds with a really good mic. We can just do a group call. Count me in. I was practically born for this job. And you're gonna do great. Here's those earbuds I mentioned earlier. Kanika hands you a pair of earbuds. We can feed you questions if you get stuck, and Stella can give you a heads up if Tabitha's headed your way. Dang, I've missed doing this sort of thing with you. You're so thorough. Aw, thanks. I do my best. I guess we should part ways and start the call, yeah? Stella and Kanika break off, leaving you alone at the entrance to the mines. Your phone buzzes. Hey! Can you hear us? Try saying something. Something. Stella and Kanika chuckle on the end of the line. Alright, cool. Nothing to do now but enter the worksite. You pass through the unlocked fence and enter the property of Scarlet Hollow Mine. You approach the nearest group of miners, a blonde woman, a broad-shouldered man, and an old-timer. Their uniforms identify them as Harrison, Davis, and Zax. You got a reason to be bothering us? Hey, I'm Tabitha's cousin. The miner straightened up, suddenly very serious. Sorry, didn't know. I thought you were maybe one of them environmentalists or something. Yeah, sorry for any trouble. How can we help? You can chill out. Just because I'm Tabitha's cousin doesn't mean I'm a snitch. Yeah, alright. Do you know anything about a guy named Wayne? Yeah, we knew him. He was such a cut-up. Missed that dude. What happened to him? The miners shift for a moment, uncomfortably glancing at one another. Isn't that the guy y'all said was, He's gone. That's all that matters. What happened to him? What do you think you are, some sort of cop? Just tell me what happened. Fuck off. Hey, Zax, come on, man. No, I've been here decades longer than you, and I know bait when I see it. Let's get out of here. Our shift's about to start anyways. Sorry. The miners pack up their things and leave. You head over to the next group of miners. You stop in your tracks, a shiver running up your spine as an unfortunately familiar voice calls out to you. You shouldn't be up here. It's dangerous. Whoever this creep is, he doesn't seem to understand who's boss around here. You rush forward to throw a punch, but before you've even finished swinging, the figure's already moved to your side. While you recover from your swing, your other hand shoots up and reaches toward the veil covering the figure's face. That's what I hoped would happen. As your fingers wrap around it, your body is thrown back by a forceful shove as the figure bounds back towards the shadows. You don't have to be afraid of me. Stay home. Wait for the week to end. Don't keep putting yourself in the path of danger. This is all I ask. Before you can say another word, the figure is gone. The veil you pulled from his head lies on the ground in front of you. It's stained and yellowed with what you can only assume is a film of pus and dead skin. Hey, Mallow, are you still there? We've just been getting static from you. I had a tussle with Wayne. Whoa, I thought I saw some action down there. Are you okay? I managed to grab his mask. veil, whatever was on his face. Did you get a good look at him? No, but I took a look at the mask and it's disgusting. That's another check mark for he's sick with something weird theory. I hate to say it, but with how the call went to static, like, what if he's a ghost? Like actually a ghost? You hate to say it? Stella, I don't think anything would make you happier than Wayne being a ghost. Also, ghosts aren't real. Hey now, just because I want ghosts to be real doesn't mean I want this ghost harassing Mallow. He told me to stay at the estate for the rest of the week, that I'd be safe there. Why would he tell me that? What the hell is that supposed to mean? He must have been threatening you, right? The plot thickens. Wayne trying to make me leave just means we're on the right track. I'm not about to back down. Whoa, so brave. Heck yeah, Mallow, we've got your back. Hey there, can we help you with something? Have you fellas seen anything out of the ordinary lately? Like what? Have you seen any weird animals? Don't tend to go on many hikes. Not exactly the nature-seeing type. After a full day of work, all I see is my bed. Maybe a few beers in between. Odd noises in the woods? I heard something a few nights ago. Like nothing I've ever heard. Some unearthly beast. I'm telling you, Isaacs, you need to take a sick day. You need rest, man. I've already taken a sick day this year. Can't afford to take any more if I want to have Christmas off. Tabitha. It can't be that bad here, right? Have people been getting sick? You a health inspector or something? The boss looks out for our health. Have you heard any knocking in the mines? Knocking? Not that I've heard. Can't hear shit down there with the machines and men working. My dad used to work these mines before they brought in the continuous miner. The big machine, that is. He told me stories about something that sounded like someone was pounding on the walls. No offense, Isaacs, but your daddy had a few screws loose anyway. Rodriguez! He was a fine man. That's all on that front, thanks. And what do you think of Tabitha? The three men visibly stiffen. Lovely woman. Always been a good boss. Runs the place well. Isaacs remained silent, his gaze distant. You can be honest. I'm not going to snitch. I don't trust that woman. Isaacs! Do any of you know a man named Wayne? You mean Sam Wayne? What are you asking about him for? Wait, have you seen him? He's been following me. Oh, thank God, everyone thought he was dead. Now hold on! Creepy doesn't exactly sound like Wayne, does it? How do you know it was him? It's what the folks at the general store have been calling him. Kanika and Sybil. Good people. But I don't expect they'd know every mining fella in town by sight, if you catch my drift. Smith, you're losing me. I'm just saying, it'd be awfully strange for Wayne to still be in town, wandering around, following some stranger, and not checking in with any of his buddies. Sounds to me like somebody who got sick of work and is having a little fun playing hooky. The following, though. Okay, yeah, that does sound a little unlike him. I thought his lady friend had him under lock and key. Just smells fishy to me. Until I see him face to face, I'm not convinced whoever is calling himself Sam Wayne ain't the very reason we haven't seen hide nor hair of the man. Welcome back. No, there's no way. He's not. He can't be. I'm not ruling it out. If you want my theory, that girlfriend of his, he wasn't the first to catch her eye. Any one of her jilted ex-lovers could have seen them sneaking around and gotten a little hot under the collar, if you catch my meaning. Dang, who are they talking about? The miners are silent for a moment, glancing between each other nervously as they imagine the possibility. I told him not to get involved with her. I told him. Who was Wayne seeing? Whoa now, if you don't know, there is no way I'm poking that wasp's nest. Forget we said anything. Yeah, I don't want to be next on the chopping block. Come on, don't dangle something like that. Look, I just don't want to cause any trouble. Enough people are losing their jobs as is, and I've got mouths to feed. Losing their jobs, and in Sam Wayne's case, disappearing. We've already said too much. Come on, boys. As the miners turn and leave, you can't help but get the feeling that Isaacs has more to say. As the miners pack their things, you scribble your phone number onto a scrap of paper. Hey, thanks for the help. It was great to meet you all. You reach toward Isaacs and shake his hand, passing your note to his palm. Don't mention it. Should we check in? Just as a heads up, the only group I still see out there is pretty close to the main office. It might still be worth talking to them, but I don't know if I can give you all that much of a warning if Tabitha comes out. I'm talking to one last group of miners, and don't worry, I'll keep my eye on Tabitha's trailer. Good luck. Going around asking questions, huh? Stella wasn't kidding when she said these miners were dangerously close to Tabitha's office. You take in your surroundings, making note of any shadows you can melt into at the first sign of trouble. You don't look like you're from the inspector's office. What do you think of the owner? Not the kindliest woman I've met. She runs the place all right. Tell that to the boys she's been laying off all recently. Keep going around saying that and see how long till you're one of them boys. All I have to say is a mine that's doing well doesn't go around laying off its workers for no reason. I'm not so sure any of us are going to have jobs in a few years. Kate, you're a damn fool. You're going to be next if you keep up that kind of talk. So be it, but a man needs to speak his mind sometimes. What can you tell me about Sam Wayne? Oh, he got himself into trouble, didn't he? Why, you seen him around? What's that young buck up to? I think he's been doing a slasher movie, but in real life. I've bumped into him twice now, and his clothes are soaked in blood. What, you mean like going around killing people in a hockey mask? Now that's quite the development. And here I figured he'd just run off to live in that big mansion with his belle. Stella audibly gasps. The thought of a strapping young man like him with that sour-faced broad always left such a bad taste in my mouth. Oh my god, gross! As if you wouldn't fall on your knees if a woman of means showed the slight bit of interest in you. Or any woman at all. Fair enough. But I suppose this begs the question. Did she run him off, or did some jealous son of a bitch oust him? Wait, are you talking about Tabitha? Yep. Dang, I figured that's what they were getting at, but it's weird to hear it out loud. You good, Stella? Yeah, I just had no idea. Have you noticed anything strange around here lately? All kinds of weird stuff happens in these hills. What sort weird you mean? Weird animal sightings? I saw a raccoon with a big old tumor last week. Spooked me something awful. That's nature for you. Not always pretty. And that wasn't a tumor. It was an egg. There are things in the woods, laying eggs in the animals. I knew it! I knew there was something weird about that raccoon. I believe it. And there are things out in them woods nobody's ever seen before. It's still wild country, even if we've carved it into pieces. I know I, for one, ain't going near them trees until some scientist folks come out and sort out whatever's going on out there. Maybe I should cash in some sick days and go see my cousins in Asheville, just to be on the safe side. Any noises from the woods? All the time. Howling, screaming, all sorts of fiendish caterwauling. Probably just screech owls and bobcats, you old coot. Might be, might not be. But I heard something the other night that sent the fear of God shivering down my spine, I'm telling you. It was probably a ditchling, a portent of doom. A what, Neil? Ditchlings? My grandma used to tell me stories about them. Claimed she saw one once, and that's why she's always had such bad luck. I guess it's not just my mom. Have you heard any knocking in the mines? You asking us if we've heard the Tommyknockers? Of course we have. We're old-timers. All of us who was down there before the machine got brought in know the Tommyknockers. What a nuisance, always stealing my hammers. It's true. I had a pickaxe stolen too. And when you heard knocking coming from one of the old tunnels, it was enough to make a man pray. Looks like I figured out what to do for my next video. You better not be thinking of going into those old mine shafts alone. I could always use a partner in crime. I'm going to wind up down there with you, aren't I? People getting sick? I mean, some of the older miners, sure, but I wouldn't call that unusual. It's all on that front, then. Thanks for the help. My pleasure. If that Wayne keeps bothering you, let us know. We'll whip him into shape. Mallow, I think we've got a problem. By the time Stella finishes her sentence, you've already ducked around a corner and out of sight. You continue back towards Stella and Kanika, moving from shadow to shadow and keeping out of sight. You're interrupted by a sudden movement out of the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. I think I just saw Rosalina. Wait, really? What's she doing here? Clearly she's doing a delinquency. I mean, yeah, but what kind of delinquency? Only one way to find out. Let's go after her. You rush over the hill and get your bearings, but the sounds of active mining fading into the distance. Rosalina is nowhere to be found, but dusty footprints point toward a nearby mine. She did not. I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as a secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was shut down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. And here I thought Stella was going to be the one to drag me into an abandoned coal mine. Cool. It's been ages since I've had the chance to get some good spelunking in. Well, at least we'll have a good guide down there in case things go south. Whoa, are you sure you want to tag along, Neeks? Mallow and I can handle this on our own. Yeah, I'm sure. As much as I hate confined spaces, I'm not about to let Rosalina get hurt in there. Even if it means I have to go underground. Stella and Kanika disappear into the mines. Before you follow, you briefly wonder if you should let Tabitha know about this. You take a deep breath and follow your new friends into the mine. Tabitha can... I mean... My usual phrase for people like Tabitha doesn't work because clearly Wayne was fucking her, but... Tabitha can go fuck herself because pretty much nobody else except Wayne wants to. The inside of the mine is warmer than you'd expected, the air thick and wet. The ceiling hangs much lower than you are tall, forcing you and your companions to hunch over, your legs bent in a painful squat as you begin to navigate its maze of corridors. Jesus, it's cramped down here. Does anyone else's chest feel tight? That better not be mine gases. Anybody got a canary? Yeah, abandoned mines are way more claustrophobic than people expect them to be, and this one's real bad. You know, because of the child miners. Or should I say the minor miners? Kanika visibly shudders. Okay, I am not superstitious, but if there's one way to... You do what? I'm confused. Have a canary? I'm not a canary, I'm a cat! Which explains my karaoke performance. We have differing opinions on my karaoke performances. Okay, I'm not superstitious, but if there's one way to make sure you get haunted, it's cracking jokes about dead child laborers while walking on their graves. What can I say? I do my best to tempt the spirits wherever I go. I see you have as much self-preservation instinct as I do, Stella. I actually snuck down here a few times to try and get some good footage. Part of my ghost hunting phase. Jesus, Stella, the things you do for your viewers. Did you find anything? I wish. If any place in Scarlet Hollow was actually haunted, it'd be this mine, hands down. But all I got was dust in my lungs and a couple of false alarms. Hang on. 1 second. I have a device to plug in. It's warning me that its batteries are about to die. Uses the same cord as my tablet, so hopefully it charges up before my tablet starts to get low. Otherwise, I won't be able to see chat for a minute. The deeper you progress into the mine, the heavier the air becomes. Coal dust hangs in thick clouds around you, even though this place was abandoned over a century ago. Heck! Stella pauses as sound rushes overhead. Oh my god, what was that? The mine's gonna collapse and we're all gonna die here, aren't we? Stella sighs longingly. That's just how wind sounds down here. You sound so disappointed. It just brings back memories of my last foray into these depths. Every time I thought I'd finally found a spooky ghost, there wound up being a very unghostly explanation. Like local wildlife, for instance. Stella turns her flashlight up towards an alcove overhead. Those guys got me real good last time I was here alone. Oh my god, there are bats down here? I'm gonna get rabies, aren't I? I am going to get rabies and die in a mine collapse. Kanika, you're having a panic attack. Are you holding up okay, Neeks? Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little on edge. Kaneko stopped mid-sentence by a thunderous knock echoing from deeper in the mine. Okay, what was that? That was... I have no idea what that was. Did it sound like knocking to you guys? Oh, we should hurry and find Rosalina. Yeah, agreed. The sooner we get out of this death trap, the better. Gosh, I wonder if those sounds are Tommyknockers. Okay, no, Tommyknockers are not real. They're not allowed to be real. Are you trying to give me a panic attack? You're already on the edge of one. I'd love to spend some extra time poking around down here. Maybe it's got something to do with the mystery. The three of you are interrupted by a second, much less distant sound of a can being popped open. Okay, now that wasn't Tommyknockers. It came from this way. Follow me. You and Kanika follow Stella further into the mine. You breathe a sigh of relief as the tight passageways give way to a small cavern. A group of teens turns and stares at you with annoyance. Oh, what the hell are you all doing in here? What the hell are you doing in here? Are you creeps? Are you stalking us? Yeah, creeps. I just said that, Alexis. If I wanted an echo, I'd yell into the Grand Canyon. If I wanted an echo, I'd yell into the Grand Canyon. What are you, 5? I'm 15, you loser. Who even are you? That's Mallow, Tabby's cousin. Rosalina, your dad is worried sick about you. And if you ask me, he was right to worry. Why the hell would you think hanging in an old mine would be... Why the hell would you think hanging out in an old mine would be a good idea? Is the Maxwell place not dangerous enough? Because no one usually comes in here, duh. Everyone knows we hang out at the Maxwell place now, so we had to find a new hideout. Which you instantly found, so I guess we have to find an even more secluded place where we can just be ourselves. I can't believe your dad sent people to follow you, Rosalina. That's messed up. I think that qualifies as harassment. You're right, Becca. It is messed up. I don't need him telling me where I can be. You could at least check in so he knows you're not dead. He loves you and worries about you. He's really not asking for much. Don't you kids have school tomorrow anyways? It's fall break. And we're not kids. Yeah, we're teens. Are those canned strawberry margaritas? Where did you even get those? The teens avoid eye contact. Miles tries to melt into the cavern wall. Oh no, I know that isn't you, Miles. It had better not be you. Yeah, whatever, it's me. What are you even doing here? Becca's right. Sounds to me like you're stalking and harassing and all that. You're supposed to be minding the store. It's not like anyone even comes in on Tuesdays, and Mom's there, so it's fine. I start uncomfortably around the cavern as Kanika tears into her brother. It's not fine. It's extremely not fine. Why do I always have to be the responsible one? Do you know what I would give to be as carefree as you? I left school so you would have a chance to live your life, and this is what you're doing with it? What would Dad think if he could see this? Stealing booze from the family store to dick around in an abandoned mine? Dad's dead, Kanika. But if he were here, he'd be disappointed you wound up being such a bossy jerk. Who cares if we're having canned margaritas somewhere nobody's supposed to bother us? Can you at least do your underage drinking somewhere a little safer? Oh, and what are you, an expert on mine safety? They only abandoned this place because there wasn't enough coal left to bother digging anymore. My dad told me, and he's an actual foreman at the continuous mining facility, so he knows what he's talking about. Wait, I thought your dad was a charge hand. No, Alexis, he got promoted last month, and he says this place is totally safe and we can hang out here anytime we want. You're full of shit. I know a lying teenager when I see one. I was one occasionally some time ago. Becca's dad's right, though. Check out how sturdy this place is. The teen with the beanie jumps up and slaps the strut on the ceiling. Oh, that was the knocking we were hearing earlier? One of these days, I'll find a real Tommyknocker. Oh my god, Zane, cut it out. Jumping up to hit stuff is extremely 8th grade. No offense, Rosalina. None taken. The other 8th graders are totally immature. We've discussed my opinions on underage drinking before, and now is not the time or the place. But since you decided to bring it up, as long as they're doing it someplace safe with a parent around, like, with supervision, it's one thing. And like, kids, if the kids want it, they're gonna get their hands on it. This is a perfect example of kids getting their hands on it. So, why not, once the parent thinks they're of an appropriate age, let them have a beer or a glass of wine with dinner? I mean, I'm not gonna get into anything that I may or may not have been up to in my younger years. But I will say that when I did start drinking, it was very responsible because I had a safe place to get any curiosity out if I wanted to when I was younger. And now I can't drink anymore anyway. So, it is what it is. Hi, Amalga. Welcome on in. I'll catch you up on chapter 2 a little later. I started with chapter 1, so all you've missed is chapter 2. I'm not into chapter 3 yet. I'm thinking of wrapping up when I reach the end of chapter 2, though, because I am a little over 3.5 hours in. So... Quiet, all of you. I don't care where your dad works, Becca. This place isn't safe. Just because these old timber struts have stood this long doesn't mean they'll stand forever. I'm not listening to what some sad 20-somethings have to say about where we're allowed to be. Hey, I'm not sad. Where'd you get that idea? Running a clickbaity YouTube channel where you run around in the woods chasing nothing is extremely sad. Anyways, Rosalina isn't going anywhere. She's better off here than at home. Yeah, tell them about where you have to sleep, Rosalina. We've been living in the library for the past couple of weeks. Dad says we can't stay at our house. And they've got a hot plate and a couple of cots in one of the back rooms. It's actually a pretty sick setup. No, it isn't, Zane. Rosalina deserves better. I'm sure Oscar has a good reason for that. He's a good guy and he cares about you, Rosalina. He thinks our house is haunted. Oh. Wait, what? It's such a bullshit excuse. I bet he couldn't afford it anymore and he's lying to save face. What a coward. Exhausted from work? I bet you are. But I'm sure it feels good as heck to have a paying job again. Becca, I don't think you can, say that about other people's families. Isn't that like bullying or something? Shut up, Zane. And back up. He says it's haunted? I can't believe he didn't mention it to me. I could investigate. And there's no ghost, Stella. It would be cool if there was, but Becca's right. Any job is better than none at this point. I know, right? I just wish he'd be honest with me and tell me what's really going on. It's like he doesn't think I can handle it, like I'm still a little kid. You're right. Oscar should treat you more like an adult. At least one of you sees reason. Thanks, weird stranger. I wish it were easier to convince him of that. Yo, we should break in and, ghost bust it or something. Oh my god, Zane, you can't ghost bust if there is no ghost. Also, Rosalina lives there. She can't, break into her own house. And there's no ghost that you know of. I bet we could figure out how to bust it if it is actually real. And if it isn't real, problem solved. You know, Rosalina, you can always stay over at my house until Stella ghostbusts your place. We have a finished basement with a pull-out couch. But, Spot, that was an extremely delayed response. Are you feeling okay there, buddy? Got a little bug in your coat? Oh, why are we talking about this like it's a thing? It's not a thing. There is no ghost. Whether there's a ghost in Oscar's house is a question for a time when we're not in immediate danger. And to ruin everyone's fun, the answer is probably no, there is no ghost. Now, I'm gonna drag my shithead brother back home, and I suggest you kids leave this empty mine before someone gets black lung or crushed by rocks or meets one of many terrible fates people tend to meet in abandoned mines. Kanika is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. That wasn't me, I swear. Then what was it? Come on, Stella. You have a whole list of perfectly natural explanations for scary mind noises? It's Tommyknockers for sure. I know this isn't why we came down here, but we've got to check it out. Stella! I know. But weird stuff's been happening around here the past few days. What if this is our chance to get an actual solid lead? The stakes couldn't be higher. It was you. Knocking is the right thing to do. True. Do you have no sense of self-preservation? If you guys are going after something spooky, count me in. Nobody is going deeper into that mine. Nobody is staying in the mine. We're all leaving, please, before my heart gives out. It'll be fun, Neeks. It will not. Wait a second. Where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? Wow, Kanika. Maybe if you weren't still scared of the dark or whatever, you would have noticed them sneak off. I noticed them sneak off, and I've been zoning out the whole time we've been here. Oh, hey, they must have squeezed through that child-sized tunnel. Oh, no. Dang, I've always wondered where that goes. I've never been able to get these hips through there. Becca's head pops out from the tunnel's entrance. We are not about to let you come in here and ruin our good time. The mine is safe. I've been here a million times. Yeah, if Becca says we're safe, we're totally safe. Whatever. Come on, you two. I know a cool spot this way. Okay, I think we can catch up with them if we just follow their voices. Do you want to take these 2 out of here while Mallow and I track them down, Neeks? Look, I know I've made a bit of a fuss about not liking this place, but I'm not about to leave you 2 alone down here. What if something bad happens and I'm not here to help? Or what if you run into something totally normal down here that you think is a ghost and I miss out on my chance to figure out what it actually is? Alright, knuckleheads. If I don't escort you 2 out of here myself, can I trust you to actually leave and go home? Yeah, sure. I could never fit in that tunnel anyway. They've crossed a barrier that I could not, so my time here is up. But only because Stella promised me a ghost hunt tomorrow. Whatever. I still have to do my dailies anyway, and the service down here sucks. Good. Now go. Miles and Zane quietly head back toward the entrance. Alright, let's get this over with. What's the point of going after them? They don't want to listen to us. And I don't want to be stuck in an abandoned mine playing cat and mouse all night. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Their teenage bravado will probably start to shrivel away in not too long, and we'll be there to help them safely and calmly find the nearest exit when that happens. Miles and Zane decided to leave as soon as the other 3 split. I'm sure Rosalina and the others are going to want to leave as soon as we find them. Right. Don't you worry, guys. It'll be fun and safe. You call everything fun and safe. And here I am, still in one piece. Alright, let's do this. We could get coffee at Winnie's once we're all out of here. My treat. You and Kanika exchange a glance as Stella ventures forward. Oh, by the way, Amalga, since you're here, I took different traits this time than I did when I played through the first time. I took Street Smart and I took Powerful Build. And I was able to save both the Gretchen puppy and the old dude. So the rumors are true. That's the combination you need. Becca, why are we doing this again? We could get in so much trouble. We're doing this because I'm not about to take life advice from a YouTuber and to drop out. Whoa, that is so uncalled for. I didn't drop out. I'm going back to vet school as soon as my family doesn't need me here. I don't know. I think Stella's kind of cool. Her videos are really neat. Oh, come on. She doesn't even have a sponsor. What kind of a YouTuber doesn't have a sponsor? I mean, not yet, but I'm in talks with Meat Rice, and I make plenty from ads and donations. Dang, Stella, meat rice? That's a big deal. They're on like every big podcast. Thank you, thank you. It feels like a really big step for the channel. You okay, Kanika? Yeah, it's fine. I just can't believe we have to deal with that Becca girl slandering us while we're sticking our necks out for her. God, I hate her. I know, right? It is. Normally, I'd say she's just a kid, but wow. If she doesn't have an uncanny ability to go right for the jugular. It's learned. Her parents are probably exactly the same way. You quietly press on. Another knock, closer, interrupts your thoughts. Followed by another, followed by another. Is it just me, or is that knocking coming from the same direction as those kids? Yeah, it's not just you. Okay, the knocking is starting to freak me out. Calm down, Rosalina. It's just mind sounds. And did you guys see that? No, it was just a shadow. There's no reason to get freaked out. I saw it. Shut up! There's nothing down here. Stop trying to scare me. Are we sure the tunnel they went through is going to meet back up with us? I don't know why the controller randomly stops. I mean, we're still able to hear their voices. At least we're all still heading in the same direction. What did they see? Tommyknockers. Tommyknockers aren't real, but there's a reason people think they make those sounds. And it's not a coincidence that the whole Tommyknocker myth is tied to mind collapses. Can't believe they're making us do this. They'd better get grounded when this is all said and done. Yeah, at least now we'll probably be able to actually get them to leave. Look on the bright side, Mallow. If they didn't come down here, we'd have missed out on a golden opportunity to get spooked. Did it have to be an abandoned mine, though? I'd be fine getting spooked literally anywhere else. We're getting closer. Let's keep moving. As you progress deeper into the mine, the knocking grows more frequent. It's still distant, but much louder than before. The tunnel ends abruptly in front of you. A century-old ladder is the only way forward. In the darkness beyond, you can still hear the youths, their panicked arguing echoing down the pitch-black corridors. Well, it looks like the only way forward is that pit, and it sounds like they're somewhere down there. Alright. I'll keep an eye out for the Skype message, Amaga. I've never been this far in. It looks like a death trap. Are you sure we should go down there? You wait up here, Neeks. I don't think I can climb down and hold Gretchen. Alright, I'm not going to argue with you. That ladder looks older than all of us combined. Good luck. My hand tracking fell off while I was typing. One moment. My hand tracking's not functioning very well right now anyway because my hands are cold. It's getting later in the year and I don't have very good circulation in my hands and feet. So now that it's getting cold and wet in the evenings, my hand tracking stops functioning when there's not as much heat coming off of them. I'm going to have to get some fingerless gloves or something to keep my hands warm for streaming. Alright, let's do this. Stella hoists herself over the edge and begins to climb down. You walk to the ladder and climb down. Stay safe, Mallow. I'm pretty sure this is the way back. Come on. Pretty sure? I thought you'd been down here before. Okay, maybe I didn't get this far in, but whatever. It doesn't matter. I definitely remember the way out. Hurry, I don't want to be down here anymore. I think it was actually this way. Oh, shut up! No one even wanted you to come up with us anyway. Becca! Yeah, they're close, alright. It sounds like they're really lost. The voices around you, those of the teens and your companions, sound odd. Distant. There's something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. But you feel it in your chest, like the deep growl of a predator. You find yourself stepping towards the black chamber before you, compelled by some unnatural force. Hey, are you alright, Mallow? Stella reaches for your shoulder, but not before the light from your phone illuminates the chamber. Mallow! Mallow, are you alright? Oh, thank God you're alive. It looked like you had a seizure or something and then you conked out. They're okay, Kanika. Thank God. Okay, don't move a muscle. I don't want you straining yourself while you're still recovering from whatever the hell that was. Kanika and I are going to get you help. We'll be back soon, I promise. You fade back out of consciousness as your companion clambers out of the pit, intent on your rescue. You raise up on your elbows, head still swimming from the visions, your surroundings coming back into focus. Your head throbs as the knocking continues, now magnitudes more intense than ever. Those are Tommy knockers, aren't they? Through it, you once again hear the panicked voices of bickering teenagers echoing down the stone corridors. Becca, you're just getting us more lost. It's this way. If you're so sure, then why don't you just leave? I can't believe I let Alexis talk me into inviting you in the first place. Becca, I'm just trying to help. I said go. Okay, I will. Alexis, you don't have to go with her. You know that, right? Pick a side, Alexis. I'm sure Becca knows where we're going. She wouldn't just lie. Sorry, Rosalina. The increasingly desperate voices of the teens are drowned out by the thunderous knocking. You can practically feel the ground shake beneath you, can almost see the walls vibrate with the intensity of the hellish sound. As you settle more into your senses, Rosalina appears in the passageway to your left. She's out of breath and it looks like she's been crying. I am so sorry I snuck off like that. I just wanted Alexis to think I was cool. The entire cavern shakes with the sound of rockfall. This place, at least part of it, is coming apart. Becca and Alex are still down there. We can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Please, I don't want them to die. Going after those kids is a bad idea. Best case scenario, someone gets horribly injured. Worst case scenario, all four of you die. But what's the worst that can happen? Everything turned out okay last night. Who's to say you can't scrounge up another win? Another dusting of debris falls from the ceiling. You don't have long until the mine collapses on you. We're going after them. Okay, let's do this. Thank you. They're back this way. Hurry. It may be stupid, but I ain't about to let kids get crushed. Rosalina runs back the way she came. You run after her. The mines shake with each new thunderous blow as bits of rock and dust fall off the ceiling and scatter on the floor around you. I thought you knew the way out. I thought you'd been down here 1,000,000 times already. I was making it up, okay? We're coming. Just stay where you are. She ignores your question, singularly focused on pushing forward to her friends, who follow suit. Rosalina, you came back. I don't want to die down here. You reach forward and forcefully grab Becca and Alexis, silently pulling them behind you. We do not have time to explain. You're getting the hell out of here. You quickly push your way back the way you came, pieces of fallen rock littering the path around you. As you reach the pit, you and Rosalina direct Becca and Alex to the ladder. They start climbing. You follow suit and start climbing close behind. Why wouldn't you have just listened to someone other than yourself, Becca? I'm sorry, okay? God! You push forward, your burning muscles giving way to pure adrenaline. To your horror, you can see cracks forming on the walls of the tunnel. Come on, you gotta go faster! We're almost there, I can see the entrance! Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. And then the knocking fades and you feel safe, having arrived back at the entrance in one piece. What the fuck? What the fuck? Rosalina, are you okay? Clearly she's not okay, idiot. Shut up, Becca. It was your idea to go down there in the first place. This is your fault. And this really hurts. Stella and Kanika pop their heads through the mine entrance. I think I hear voices in there. Oh my god. Rosalina, can you hear me? We're gonna get you out of here, okay? Stella already called an ambulance. But that means cops are gonna come. They're gonna know I was drinking. They're gonna know we went in there to drink, right? Oh, grow the fuck up. This is probably the best thing that could have happened to your underage ass right now. The cops are gonna give you a talking to. Your parents are gonna ground you. And you aren't going to grow up to become a worthless asshole alcoholic. So guess what? Win fucking win. You weren't worth it. They made their bed, they get a lay in it. Exactly, Amalga. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. He can't know. Too bad. Maybe you shouldn't have done it. In a panic, Becca runs for the entrance and pushes her way through. You're going to be tattled on. Don't worry about her, Rosalina. She's being an asshole. One of us should wait by the gate to make sure they can find us up here. I'm going to get Tabby. Alright, I'll go down to the gate. Rosalina, I'm so sorry. I'll be back soon. We're going to get you out of here and you're going to be just fine, okay? Mallow and Alexis will keep you safe until then. Am I going to die? Rosalina, don't say things like that. I'll lift those boulders myself if I have to. Thanks, Mallow. Rosalina's breath comes in quick, irregular bursts. If I don't make it, tell my dad I'm sorry. I'm the one who has something to be sorry about. This is all me and Becca's fault. We never should have gone down here. It's not your fault. I went down there because I wanted to. Rosalina pauses, catching her breath. Thank you, Mallow. I'm glad everyone else made it out okay. Wouldn't have done it without your help. Alexis is right. You are very mature for your age. Worrying about others at a time like that, you're more brave than a lot of adults I know. It's true, Rosalina. You're really brave. Braver than I am. And smarter, too. If I hadn't stuck with Becca, maybe... I don't know. Maybe it would have been different. It's just not fair that this happened to you. You're the nicest person I know. Rosalina? Still awake. It just hurts like hell. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be pushing you to talk. But just hold your hand until they can... No! Keep her talking! Last thing you want is for her to lose consciousness right now. It may hurt like a bitch, but the best thing for her is to be awake through it. Alexis grasps Rosalina's hand. Tears streak down both of their cheeks as you sit in silence together, waiting for the long, anxious moments to pass before help arrives. Some of the men are on the way with rock lifts. We'll get you out of there soon. Mallow, I'll be having a word with you. It's gonna be okay, Rosalina. Everything's gonna be just fine. They're over here, Earl. Jesus H. Christ, you weren't kidding about the emergency. It'll be a bit for the ambulance. The nearest depot is over in Brevard, so it'll be at least another half hour. You heard the man. You have half an hour to get her out of there. Move it. Rosa, sweetie, I'm here. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be sorry. It's okay. We're all here. You can hang on, Rosalina. I know you can. Tabitha's men quickly get to work and manage to pull Rosalina out from the rubble just as the ambulance arrives. Sir, I'm afraid there's no space in the back. What do you mean I can't ride with her? You're better off driving behind us. We're headed to Brevard, so it's quite a ways. Is she going to be okay? She's going to make it, right? Please, God. Yes, sir. I promise you, we're going to do everything we can to keep her stable. Her vitals are looking good. Rosalina, my poor baby. I'll be there as fast as I can, okay? I promise you won't be alone. I love you, Dad. I'm sorry. I haven't figured out how to make my ads manager show up in OBS yet. There's a tutorial that I saw on Twitter. I'm just having a minor issue with it. I'm going to try to fix it after the stream tonight. That way I can see my ads manager. I think next time I do a visual novel, I will turn the ads entirely off. The mid-rolls, at least. I can't turn... It's either pre-rolls or mid-rolls. I hate them both. But once you become an affiliate, you're contractually obligated to run ads somewhere in your stream. Which is total ass, because I get like a third of a penny for each ad. And even then, only if Twitch decides they actually want to pay me. I get way more from subscriptions and donations and tips than from ads. I wish I could turn them off. Nobody likes ads. Even us streamers don't like ads. So if you're on desktop, by all means, please install an ad blocker. You're not going to offend me. I'm not earning any money off the ads anyway. I hate them as much as you do. If you're on mobile, there's not much I can do about the app. But please, by all means, I use uBlock Origin. AdBlock Plus is also a good one. Both work on any Chromium-based browser. So they'll work on Chrome, they'll work on Brave, they'll work on all the other open source options. I think they'll work on Edge now, because when they switched from Internet Explorer to Edge, I think they went with a Chromium base. Yeah. By all means, I am not offended if you block ads. In fact, you should, because Amazon makes enough money off of our backs anyway. What the hell happened in there? Just teens being teens. We did our best to get them out of there. No, this was no teenager's fault. It's a parent's job to make sure their kids don't deliberately put themselves in these situations. Rosalina was mad at me, and instead of fixing the thing that was driving her away, I just ignored it. This is my fault. Oscar? I'm the parent here. I'm sure she thinks I'm making things up about our house being haunted, but I've seen things that I can't explain, and it's only gotten worse over time. She told us about it down in the mine. For what it's worth, I believe you. No comment, but after tonight, I don't know. Once you're back from the hospital, we'll check it out for you. Thanks, Stella. It means a lot. I've got to go. Mr. Gutierrez, is it okay if I come too? I want to be there for her. Of course, Alexis. It'll be good for her to see a friendly face. The two of them head over to Oscar's car and drive off. There was a stone carving on the wall of that pit. It gave me some sort of vision. I saw what happened to this place. Are you sure it wasn't just autosuggestion? We talked about the mine a lot today. I don't know, Neeks. Mallow had like some kind of seizure and next to a creepy stone carving. It was like something out of a movie. Just because they passed out or had a seizure doesn't mean it wasn't autosuggestion. Everything that happened down there centered around the main chamber where I saw the carving. Stella showed me a photo. Weird stuff. Maybe you weren't entirely off base about the cult stuff you mentioned earlier today, but this thing felt old. I also saw something that looked like the shadows of dead miners. They were right behind Stella when you two left, and they followed Rosalina and I when we went after Becca and Alexis. Did you not see them? Well, I didn't see anything other than the two of you in that carving. That's super weird. I don't want to doubt what you experienced, and I couldn't see anything down in that pit, but you might have been just primed to see things. You know, now that I think about it, that totally fits the profile for some of the Tommyknocker stories, though. What if they're actual bona fide ghosts? Stella? Are you sure those were Tommyknockers? Depends on what you mean by sure. Is anyone really sure of anything? They fit the description pretty well, and I don't know what else they'd be. I have no idea what happened in there. I need to do some reading on mind collapses, I guess. I don't know why it randomly goes to where I can't, ditch things. That was too easy to be our ditchling problem. Yeah, I think you're right. We've still got a lot of unanswered questions, too. Even more than we had this morning, and we had a lot of questions this morning. This is all still a little too magic for me. Just because two bad things have happened doesn't mean there's a pattern. Right? You think Rosalina's gonna be okay? The paramedics said she was stable. She's a tough kid. She'll be okay. I can't believe you left me down there, though. I lay off her. If she didn't leave when she did, the ambulance might not have gotten here in time. No, Kanika, it's okay. I'm sorry. I had no idea how long you two would be out of commission. I had to get help. Hey, at least you're alive, right? So what happens now? What happens now is we have a word. All of us. What the hell were you three doing here? I thought I told you to stay out of trouble, and here you are at the scene of what was almost a deadly accident. How did you even manage this? Tabby, come on, it's not Mallow's fault. Stella's right. If this was anyone's fault, it's yours. You have an abandoned mine on your property that was barely even boarded up. It was only a matter of time until something like this happened. If anything happens to Rosalina, it's on you, Tabitha Scarlet. How dare you? It's not like I put up a big neon sign saying cool place for teens to hang. It's clearly not safe. You three were up here with them. Why didn't you do something to get them out of there sooner? Cool it, Tabitha. We're probably the reason you have one kid in an ambulance instead of 5 buried alive. Fine, you're right. At least nobody died. Probably. What a heartfelt apology. Come on, guys, what's the point of arguing like this? I know it can feel cathartic to point fingers and yell, but what's it going to accomplish other than bruised egos? You're right. Come on, we're leaving. Now, hold on a minute, Miss Scarlet. Mind if we have a quick word with your cousin, miss? In private? Okay, fine, just make it quick. And don't you dare try and pull anything on them. They did nothing wrong here. Ladies, I'm afraid that means you too. And don't you need to talk to us? We witnessed this too. Oh, sure, but that can wait. We know where to find y'all. I have no clue, Amalga, because I missed it. Unfortunately. I was focusing on the dialogue, but I will run back in the VOD and find out for you. I mean, black eyeshadow wouldn't surprise me. The colors in this game are very muted. It suits the style of this particular visual novel. Anyway, it's Sheriff Earl and Deputy Derrickson. Welcome to Scarlet Hollow. Oh, I hope this little accident hasn't colored your perception of the place. A lovely little place to live, if you ask me. Lovely indeed. Now, Sheriff Hugby, don't you think it's a mite odd that those teens found themselves in an abandoned mine on the very property Mallow's family happens to own? And don't you think it's even a mite odder that Mallow happened to be in there with them at the time of said collapse? I'd be lying if I didn't say it weren't particular, though I'm sure you're an upright citizen, Mallow, and all this is surely an unfortunate coincidence. Ah, you clipped it. Take a look. I think she's wearing black eyeshadow. Let me try. Heck? That's not what's supposed to happen. The fuck is that? I think she's just wearing black eyeshadow. Still, a good cop should ask themselves these questions. We saw some teens sneak into an abandoned mine, so we went after them. We were just trying to do the right thing. Of course, of course. Very noble of you. Pardon our questions, just trying to gather all the facts, you see. Just being thorough. Our duty as officers of the law. Well, if there's nothing more you can tell us, I suppose we'll let you go on about your evening. But we may be in touch. Have a good one. Alright, see you soon, Amalga. Deputy Derrickson tips his hat to you. The two officers wander back towards the mine, Derrickson taking notes as they examine the scene. You make your way towards Stella and Kanika. I just can't believe it. I left them behind in there to go get help. Is it my fault, Neeks? Stella, no. You did your best. It's not your fault. Oh, hey, I guess the cops are done with you? What, are they going to take you in for being present at an accident? Sorry if they gave you a hard time. Small town cops, you know. Always blame everything on drifters. Even acts of God, I guess. Excellent. You didn't get arrested. Now come on, let's get back to the state. I'd like to get some rest before I have to deal with the fallout of everything that happened tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll see you tomorrow, okay, Mallow? I'd really rather you didn't. If you're gonna run around getting almost killed every night, keep my cousin out of it. Your cousin is an adult, Tabitha, and they can make their own decisions. Hi, Frisk. How are you doing? Not when they're under my roof. Come on, let's go. As if to illustrate her point, Tabitha grabs your arm, dragging you towards the car. You know, if Tabitha keeps being a massive twatopotamus here, I may have to just pack my bags and go stay with Stella instead for the rest of the week. You pull your arm from Tabitha's hand. I can walk to the car on my own. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. You try to keep an eye on the surrounding wilderness as she drives, wary of what may lurk behind the tree line. I don't give a shit about anything Tabitha has to say. She is not my friend. She is never going to be my friend. She is an absolute bitch. And I stand by my statement that some people should have been swallowed instead of conceived. Your eyes wander back to the tree line as you and Tabitha slink back into the silence. You once again cross the threshold into the estate, the musty stench of the decaying mansion greeting you with its undertones of mildew and wood rot. Well, this day was a lot more stressful than it needed to be, and I'm sure it's the precursor to a horrifically stressful week. I'm going to bed. I suggest you do the same. Why did you even invite me here? It seems like you hate me. It's like I've caused you nothing but grief since the moment I stepped foot in town. I don't hate you. I'm just trying to get through the week. Same as you should be doing. I just don't want you to get hurt. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Tabitha turns and makes her way up the stairs, her posture defeated. You head up to your room to turn in. You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. Your phone buzzes on the table. Y'all, these are those things, right? Kanika sends a picture of a pair of ditchlings by the side of the road. I saw them again, too. Another picture, this time of them staring from a tree. WTF? These things are definitely not hairless monkeys or raccoons or whatever. I don't know what the hell they are. I guess there's more to them being here than the mine collapse. No way I'm sleeping tonight. You think about looking out the guest room window, but at this point you're too exhausted to leave your bed. The adrenaline from this evening is finally wearing off, replaced by a creeping exhaustion that threatens to overwhelm you. Your limbs feel heavy, your eyelids slipping down over your eyes even as you stare down at the ominous pictures on your phone. If it weren't for the pit of dread balling in your stomach, you would almost feel comfortable as you settle in between the covers, your tired bones sinking into the decrepit mattress. When you close your eyes, you see Rosalina's face, twisted with pain, staring up at you with tear-streaked cheeks. Trapped by powers beyond her control, terrified of what her now uncertain future would hold. Your eyes shoot back open, your heart pounding as the door to your room swings open. Just the cat. It's always just the cat. It's nice to see another living being, though, even one as unfriendly as Tabitha's cat. Like mother, like child. The comfort of her presence sets your mind at ease, and you finally slip into a deep sleep. Interesting cinematic. I think Tabitha is hiding several somethings. Anyway, this is the end of episode 3. And save. Alright, I am going to wrap up here because I have been streaming for 4-ish hours. and it is time for a meal and a rest. I have more Halloween content that I need to film tonight for YouTube, and I'm thinking, I think there's 1 or 2 more chapters left to come out. So obviously that won't be ready by the end of the 13 days of Halloween, but I'm going to keep playing this game even after. I just figured it was a good time to start playing it again. So what I have planned for YouTube, I'm going to try to get the rest of Frankenstein read aloud. But instead of streaming that, I'm going to record it and get it up on YouTube onto the playlist, the Read Aloud playlist and the Frankenstein playlist. And once I have and so that'll give some YouTube content. I'm going to do more Miku Miku dance videos on YouTube. Obviously, I have daily streams here on Twitch. I have content for a certain other site, which you can find the link for on my Twitter, coming out as well. I can't mention that one on Twitch too many times in a stream. Not because I'm necessarily doing anything inappropriate there, but because the site has a reputation. I just want to put some gameplay videos that aren't as Twitch or YouTube friendly out without having to censor them beyond all recognition. Let's see. I'm going to finish the Frankenstein Read Aloud on YouTube. I'm trying to decide what to read if I decide to read anything on stream this year. So if there are any suggestions for public domain books, preferably horror novels, to start reading, that would be helpful. And I have, like I said, I have the 3 yokai dolls planned. I have more horror games. I have some mainstream horror games. I have some indie horror games. And that is about it. So it's time to wrap up, throw the ending screen out, and who's online? I wonder who's online to raid today. Let me see. Who's online? I will unfortunately have to raid and run tonight. My stomach is starting to bother me. And oh. Well, doesn't seem like anybody in particular is online tonight, so I'll just wrap up. Everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy. Most importantly of all, stay weird. And because it's the season for it, stay spooky. Love y'all, and I will see you tomorrow for day 3 of the 13 days of Halloween 2022. Good night.